Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome to Solo Game Day here at Heavy Cardboard. Teach, play, and discuss medium and heavy strategy board games, war games, 18xx. I am your host, Edward Euler. Happy to be joined by y'all, because yet again, another Solo Game Day here as we continue social distancing and isolating and doing all of those wonderful things that we are being responsible in doing. So, welcome everybody watching live around the world as well as after the fact. Today, I am bringing y'all, as you see, I'll point there. There we go. I guess it's right there. Agricola, Master of Britain. Not that Agricola, however. Designed by Tom Russell and published by him and his wonderful wife, Mary's company, Hollenspiel. Before I get started, a big thank you to Andrew, who let me borrow, I think it was Andrew. I think it was Andrew who let me borrow his copy of this. Because I didn't have this, so thank you, Andrew. As well as thank you to all the patrons who choose to support the show and make all of this possible. Without them, this ain't happening. So big thank you to them. Big thank you to everybody taking time out of their Sunday to hang out and spend some time. Or if you're watching this after the fact, watching it whenever it is you are watching it. So thank y'all. Thanks, y'all. I appreciate it. Subscribe. Like, do all that stuff. You want to support the show, get the benefits for supporting the show, as well as helping continue to grow the show. You can go to pledgehc.com, support the show there. Also, don't forget, check out the podcast, the award-winning podcast, over on heavycardboard.com or your favorite podcast app. All right, Agricola, Master of Britain. So a couple of things. Agricola, Latin for farmer. Famous Roman general, not just the famous board game from Uwe Rosenberg. So as you guys know, I am a big fan of Roman history, and I'm going to actually read the intro here that Tom wrote up at the beginning of the rule book to give you guys a little bit of context. But basically, Agricola was a pretty damn good Roman general that was stationed up in Britain, or the, I guess, territory of Britain there for a while, and then he started to outshine the emperor, and that wasn't good, so he got recalled. Anyway, the history that we know of Agricola is from Tacitus, his son-in-law. So take that with a grain of salt. But that said, he was pretty good at what he did up there in Britain. So today's game is going to, abstractly, obviously, attempt to recreate that. I am not going to win. This is my third play of the game, and I am 0 for 2 by a long shot. So I am going to fail, but you guys get to see the thought process as to what all has to go into that, and I'm going to teach this as I go with an overview at the very beginning. So that said, if you guys are ready, I am ready. Let's get into Agricola, Master of Britain. Shall we? Let's do that. All right. So let's read through the intro here at the very beginning before we get started. Throw on the old spectacles. From the time of Julius Caesar's invasion in 55 and 54 BC, the island of Britain had been a source of embarrassment. Its conquest, and conquest in air quotes, conquest, in 43 AD by Plautius, in the name of Emperor Claudius, led to its incorporation into the empire as Provincia Britannia. But the fiercely independent Britons remained unruly and prone to rebellion. The most famous of these results, that of the Esseni queen Boudica in 60 AD, was put down by the proconsul Gaius Suentius Paulinius. One of the military tribunes that served under Paulinius during this campaign was none other than Gnaeus Julius Agricola, who lived from 40 to 93 AD and would serve as proconsul of Britannia himself from 77 to 85 AD. Agricola proved to be the right man for the job. Through a deft blend of military conquest, judicious administration, careful incentives, and diplomacy, he managed to impose peace, prosperity, and the Roman way of life on the island. At the peak of his rule, he had even conquered the wilds of Caledonia, or as we know them, Scotland. That would prove to only be temporary, however, though it's possible that if Agricola hadn't been suddenly recalled by the Emperor Domitian, that Caledonia could have been Romanized. But Domitian did recall Agricola at the height of the latter's success. The historian Tacitus, our primary source for Agricola's life and exploits, reports that Domitian was worried that Agricola's very real conquest overshadowed the emperor's stage-managed conquests of Germania, and so sacked him before he could complete the civilizing of the Caledonians. And the historian that comes this close to out-and-out implicating the emperor in Agricola's death. But Tacitus isn't exactly an impartial biographer, again, having married Agricola's 14-year-old daughter Julia in 77 AD. Agricola, Master of Britain, is a solitaire game which tasks you with replicating the great general's unprecedented success. You inherit a complex and volatile political situation with the tribes that are as likely to go to war with each other as to rise up against your rule. Each and every action you take will subtly nudge the inhabitants towards subjugation or rebellion, but you'll never know exactly who is with you and who plots against you. All right, so that big picture, that's kind of the setting that we're going to be taking place here. So what is it you guys are looking at here before we go over an overview of the game? So on the main board over here, we have obviously the number of actions that we're going to be able to take in a given turn. We have both our income/treasury track over here. We have our victory point track, which is going to be essentially the goal of the game. We have the turn track, so as you can see, the game will last, well, hopefully, 8 rounds, or 8 turns. And then we have a map here of the island of Britain, and it's broken up into different regions. There's the blue region, we'll call it yellow or orange region, whatever. Then we have the green region, then the unwieldy Caledonian region, the red region up there. Then down here we have 3 bases where our legions are going to be based out of, the 2nd Legion, the 20th, and the 9th Legion as well. We have a dice tower with 1 8-sided die. Then that's everything that we're looking at here. Then over here we have the various tribes. So we have the Caledonians, and outside of that, I don't know their names per se. So actually, I guess we have, let's try that again. There we go. We have the Caledonians, we have the yellow or orange, the green, and the blue. There. These I will, when we go through setup, I will walk through this a little bit more. Then over here, we have what is essentially a twofold board. It is the battle board, which is going to be up here in this area, as well as the dead pool. So every unit that has been eliminated, be it Roman or barbarian, over there. And then we have our force pool, so any forces that are not in any of the 3 legions to begin with. So these are the units that are going to start in the Augusta Legion or the 2nd Legion. Then the Hispania Legion, the 9th Legion, has those units to begin with. And the Valeria Victrix, the 20th Legion, starts with these units in them. Now, let's go over this a little bit more in detail here before we get started. Now, each of these units that is in a given region is either going to be a level 1, a level 2, or a level 3 legionnaire. or unit within it. And that's going to have to be, it's determined by the number of aquilas that are symbolized on the actual unit themselves. So the little Roman eagle that is up there in the top left-hand corner, those are called aquilas. And those represent a 1 for a level 1 legionnaire, a level 2, a little bit stronger, or a level 3, which is going to be the strongest in the game. Then up here we have settlements. These settlements are double-sided. They're going to be either level 2 or +2, if you will, or +3 on them. Then all of these single aquila units have garrisons on the back of them. And everything here is peace limited, so keep that in mind as we go along. Then we have Agricola himself, or the leader of the various campaign that we're going to be going through up here. Then we have essentially 4 cups. There are 3 of them up here, and then there is the, Rome Demands teacup, which is the battle cup. So these units here only come into play here on the battle board. More on these as we go along, but this is going to remain off camera for the majority of the game. The 3 cups up here are going to symbolize whether a given barbarian or a different unit that we're going to try and pacify is friendly, blue for friendly, red for unfriendly, or black, it's really gray, but black for hostile, actively hostile, unfriendly, or friendly, all right? Then we have 3 leaders up here for the 3 factions that are possibly going to come out for, during the game. And last but not least, let's go ahead and talk about the units themselves for the barbarians. The barbarians are going to go into their named area out here on the board during setup, and they have 2 sides. When they are against me, there's going to be I forget the exact term for that number that is on there, but we'll call it their belligerence level. It's their resistance level. That's it. So the number that is shown here is going to be their resistance number. However, when they are actually auxiliaries and can be brought into the legions, the top number will be their attack and their bottom number will be their defense, just like the regular Roman legions here, okay? So that's everything that you're looking at there. Then over here we have a player aid that is essentially going to be a little bit more detailed than what comes on the back of the rule book. Now this I got from BGG. There's a little bit of correction that needs to be made here or there, but I'll walk through this for the various actions as we go along. All right, so what is it we are trying to do? Well, not to make light of this, but the goal of the game is to not lose, okay? The goal is to make it to the end of the 8th turn successfully, and if the red faction leader, his name is Calgacus, if he is not on the board and I have successfully made it to the end of the 8th turn, then I win. I've never even come close to that, just FYI. However, there are multiple endgame triggers, okay? If I ever lose a battle, game ends, I lose. If any legion has no legionnaires in it, I lose the game. If my treasury ever reaches 0, which we will set this up at the beginning of the game, I lose the game. If I fail to meet the victory point threshold in a given turn, at the end of a turn, I lose the game. So the only way I win is if I make it to the end of the 8th turn, which is 75 victory points, and Calgacus is not on the board up here. Okay, now, how is it we're going to hopefully do that? Well, the game takes place over, as you can tell, the 8 turns, hopefully 8 turns, unless it ends a little bit early. And I will be taking actions. The first turn, I'm going to take up to 3 actions, but in all subsequent turns, I will be taking up to 5 actions. And those actions are going to be some mix of these actions over here on that board there. Then, depending on what happens during those actions, there might be battles. There's going to be chits that are going to be out here on the board, which are going to be these barbarians out here that I'm going to be trying to defeat and pacify. And I will be moving my legions around doing these various things. Anything past that, honestly, I think what we need to do is go ahead, finish setup, and get started. And as I get started, I will actually go over what the various actions are that I can take during the game. So if that's okay with you, which this is a one-sided conversation, it's okay with me. So therefore, we're going to just go ahead and get set up. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about setup here. And this is just going through section 3 of the rulebook for the setup. So here we go. All right, so the tan tribal units, or again, I'm going to call these yellow or orange or whatever it is. Place all the tan tribal units, but not the leader, into the hostile cup. The hostile cup is this cup. So we're going to take all of them and throw them into the cup. Okay, that's done. Then draw units from the hostile cup one at a time until we have drawn 2 of the Ordovices. I'm going to butcher these names, so let's just get used to that. At least 1 of the Solaris, 1 of the Demente, and 1 of the Deceangli, or Deceangli? Yeah, go with it. So 2, 1, 1, and 1. However, I might pull more than that, and let's hope I don't, but odds are I'm probably going to. So we're going to shuffle these up, and we will draw these one at a time. So that is a Demente. So there's the 1 for that. So that's good. Okay, fine. Then we have 1 of the Deceangli. Okay. We have the 1 for the Solaris. Now, in a perfect world, we're going to draw 2 of the Ordovices and no others. Unlikely that that happens. Nope. The Deceangli goes on top. Now, the order in which you place these does matter. So as you place them, they go on top because the higher this number is there, the harder this is going to be to defeat. All right? All right, so there's 1 of them. Good. Now, hopefully we can draw 1 more. Hey, there we go. So we only drew 1 extra chit there. So, okay, not the end of the world there. All right, so now the next step for setup is to grab the green. And also, by the way, I don't know how these colors play for colorblind, but these have a triangle on them. These have a diamond on them to help with that as well. All right. So place all the green tribal units, but not the leader. Leader's up there. Into the hostile cup. Into the hostile cup along with all of the beige ones. All right. Draw units from the hostile cup one at a time until you've drawn and placed 4 green units. All right. Now you'll note that these have green and orange, brown, tan, yellow, whatever. So I might be drawing extras of these before I draw 4. It is not 1 of each, it's just 4 there. So we're gonna go ahead and give these a pretty good mix here. Shuffle them up. All right, so here we go. Oh, we're off to a great start, obviously. So another Solaris, which a tougher Solaris, that's not good. All right, there we go. So Damnoni. Again, I'm butchering these, I know. Latin is not my name, or not my, oh, come on. A third in the Ordovices. It's important to note that whenever you have 3 in a stack, there's a chance that there is going to be an internecine war, but not during setup, which we are still in setup. Okay, so internecine, which I had to actually look up what that means basically bad for all sides. Internecine war is good for us because that means these guys are going to fight between clans and they're going to destroy some units. That's good for us, but unfortunately that doesn't take place during setup. So we will continue drawing until we draw 4 green. Another up there. All right, that's getting a little bit better. A Brigantes. And there we go. Another there. All right, that wasn't a terrible draw. So we are now done with that. Now the reds, the square units, these are the Caledonians up top. These guys have the square symbol on them. And Calgacus. So he gets added to that. Go into the unfriendly cup here. Okay, so that one's done. Okay, and finally the blue, these guys have ovals on them for symbols. Place all the blue tribal units into the friendly cup. Whee! All right, so all those guys are now in their respective cups. And then the gray ones go into the battle cup, which we will get into when we get into a battle. The Legion setup is already done, but let's go ahead and go over this a little bit. So in the Augusta, there are single Aquina, 3 single Aquina units. So level 1s, if you will, Legionnaires. So they have a 2 offense and a 4 defense. Then in the Hispania Legion, there is going to be a 1 level 1 and 2 level 2 Aquinas. Okay. And then in the 20th Legion, there are 2 level 2s and a level 3 there. All right. Then we need to draw 4 units from the friendly cup and assign them to any holding boxes that I want, these being the holding boxes. So I get to draw 4 of these. So I will draw all 4. All right. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. So now that we have all 4 of these drawn, and let's see. Well, that sucks. We only got one of the stronger ones. You know what? Let's go ahead and assign, I think we go 2 there. You know what? Better yet, we will go. I think that'll work. So we'll go ahead and assign that, maybe the 9th and the 20th. I also should point out that each Legionnaire here, each unit within the Legion, you can have 2 auxiliaries per 1 Roman unit. So in other words, in each of these, you can have up to 6 auxiliaries. So I could put all 4 in one if I want. And another piece limitation thing to remember is no Legion can have triple the number of units total than the lowest value Legion. So in other words, if I only had 2 in a given Legion, that means I cannot have 6 in another Legion between all of the chits itself. Okay? All right. So everything else goes up here into the force pool. Then, to make sure that all our markers are set up correctly here, the game turn marker goes onto the 1 space. The Legion action marker goes onto the 3 space. Then we have the income marker at 3. We have the treasury marker at 4. Treasury is the amount of money we actually have in there. And then the victory point markers, the 1 and 10s respectively, start on the 0 space. But the 10, I'm going to actually keep kind of off to the side so we don't accidentally think that that's somewhere on the board, because it's not. All right. So everything is now set up, ready to rock and roll. So I'm going to offset these a little bit as best I can so that you guys can see with the top-down camera here how many units there are in a given space there. So you can see there are 3 there, 2, 1, 2, 2, and 2. All right. At the end of the first turn, I must have 3 victory points. So at this point, I think it's important to go ahead and talk about what actually generates victory points for us before we get started. All right, so let's talk about victory points. So the things that are going to get us victory points in this game are, and I'll actually show you guys this here, over here on this screen. So the things that are going to get us victory points, move that up a little bit, are any +3 settlements that we have on the board. We don't start with any of those. A region that does not contain any tribal units, you get a victory point for each of those. So right now, at the end of the round is when this matters. There are no blue units out here in the blue area, so that's going to mean that's going to be worth a victory point there. And then also, straighten that back out, up here in the red area, there are no tribal units up there, so that will be worth a victory point. So right now, if things were to end right now, that's worth 2 victory points, which we need 3 by the end of the turn. So okay, that's not too bad. Then you get a victory point for every 3 Aquila Legion battle unit that is in your legions. So if we take a look out here, I have one of these. So right now, at this moment, I have the 3 victory points I'm going to need. So that's good. Then, any tribal leader that is in the dead pool. When they are dead, they are permanently dead. So at the end of every round, those are going to generate victory points for us if we can kill them early. Well, in theory, if there are any leaders that come out onto the board and we kill them in the first turn, by the end of the game, that will have been worth 8 victory points. So that's a good thing. But there's a big chance whenever you go into battle, because if you lose the battle, the game ends. All right, then you can always spend 3 coins to gain a victory point, and that is unlimited. I say unlimited, you're limited to your treasury, and remember, if your treasury ever goes down to 0, the game ends. So it's limited in that regard, all right? And then at the end of the game, you lose a victory point for every tribal unit still on the map at the end of round 8. Okay, and then you'll be able to spend some victory points to be able to put units into your legions, but more on that later on. All right, so right now we have our 3 victory point threshold met, provided things don't change. And in theory, they should not. There shouldn't be any of the red units that come onto the board in the first round, and there shouldn't be any blue units, because remember, they're all in the friendly, and the unfriendly are where the red ones are. So to get them over, it's unlikely, but it's possible that that could happen. So we have reached our 3 victory point threshold, provided that doesn't change. All right, but now let's go ahead and start the game, and let's talk about what the various actions are in this game, okay? More coffee. I suppose I had to bring up the chat and everything for you guys as well. I apologize. There we go. More coffee says, it took me a few seconds to go from, hey, this is not Agricola, to, wait, is this an Agricola expansion I never heard of, to, oh, it's that Agricola. It's a war game. Yes, it is. All right. All right, so JT in the Peanut Gallery, who's colorblind, if you guys are familiar with JT, he's on a number of these streams, a patron of ours, good friend of mine, says these colors surprisingly weren't a problem for this colorblind guy. All right, so there you go. All right, so let's go over how a turn works, okay? So the sequence of play is essentially, I'm going to take actions, and then there are going to be, I'm going to take one of the available actions that of this 5 that will take an action point here. And then I will, before I actually finish setup, Agricola has to actually join one of the legions, and then he will be able to take possibly some free actions through that. Now, each action is essentially going to piss off somebody. So there's going to be hostile retaliatory actions, kind of call them that, or they're technically called hostile tribe reactions, and which is going to require drawing some chits, possibly putting them out on the board, possibly moving some chits between these cups. And managing that manipulation of the chits in the cups is one of the key points of the game. All right. So then after that, there's going to be, so as I said, I'm going to take a legion action. I may take some free actions along the way. Then once I've taken the number of legion actions that I can, including passing as an option, probably later on as we go along, then the game turn ends, and then there's going to be some housekeeping, then we go into the next round. So that's kind of the mechanisms that are in play here. But now let's go ahead and talk about what the actions are. Then I will place Agricola out here and we'll actually get into choosing actions. That saying, this is going to be an interactive thing because, again, I'm 0-2 in this and it wasn't even close. So I welcome your guys' involvement in this, okay? Where can you get this? You can go to Hollandspiel's website and order it. Everything that Hollandspiel does is print on demand, so it doesn't exist until you order it. And then Blue Panther, their printer, will print it and mail it off to you. So there you go, all right? So, Sylvester, that is where. Now, if you are across the pond, you cannot order from Hollandspiel. I think there's another website that you go to. Somebody that knows that, if Mira is in chat or anybody else across the pond, check that out. Somebody chime in. I forget who they've partnered with. So there you go. Yeah, basically it's a huge press your luck game because everything you do is going to piss off a bunch of people. That's pretty spot on. Yeah. All right, so let's go over what the available actions are here in the game. Now again, this was printed off from BGG, but at the back of the rule book, there is the legion actions here, okay? But this just spells it out a whole lot better, okay? In my opinion, this is actually an excellent player aid. So definitely recommend this. Oh, Scott says, I think it's second chance games for those across the pond. All right, cool. And yes, BB says, remember, 1080p 60 for those that don't get it automatically. Yeah, it's going to be a whole lot easier to see this otherwise, or at 1080p. All right. Let me clean my glasses as we go. So the various actions that the legionary actions are to do something, you have to take a legionary action, okay? You cannot just move, okay, and not do one of these associated actions. So that was a big question that got asked a whole lot on the BGG forum. So we'll go ahead and start with, we'll do them in order. So suppress. The limitation here says the tribal box that you move into or that you are currently in. Now, you know what? Let's back up. Let's talk movement before I get into this. Anytime you take an action, you may move in addition to that, okay? And let's talk about the map a little bit when it comes to movement. Anywhere you see these double movement lines, that means that all of those spaces are adjacent to one another. So all of the blue areas, as well as the three camps, are all adjacent to one another, okay? So, in other words, I could move from any of these three spaces to any of those four spaces for one movement, just FYI, okay? All of these spaces out here that are separated by a single space from those are also adjacent to all of those spaces, if that makes sense. Whenever you take a movement or whenever you take an action, you may move to an adjacent space. So in other words, these legions can move to Parisi, they can move to Cornovi, they can move to Ordovices, they could move to Siluris, or to any of the blue areas, or to any of the other camps that they are currently in. Otherwise, you have to follow the lines for adjacent spaces on that, okay? Now, all of the actions are may move. There is one exception to that, which is the peacekeeping action, in which you must move a legion, okay? Now, if Agricola is actually attached to a given unit, then whenever they move, they are allowed to move a second space, okay? So they can move 2 spaces for that, okay? All right, there we go. So, glasses are clean, we can quit stalling a bit, and now we can go over them. So, limitation. Tribal box has 1 or 2 units only and no tribal leader. Well, none of the tribal leaders are going to be on the board, right now at least, because we didn't draw any. And in a given space, if a tribal box has 1 or 2 units. So what does that mean? That means any space that has 1 or 2 units. So not Ordovices or any of those spaces are all valid possibilities for the suppress action. If the tribal leader is there, there's going to be a bonus for whenever there is a tribal leader in that space. But as it is, there are none there. However, if Agricola is attached to the legion that is doing that given action, he will convey a special ability, obviously, unless you're passing, which you're passing. All right. So the limitation here, as said, there's a die roll compared to the resistance rating of the topmost unit. If it exceeds that number, eliminate the top unit. Well, that's pretty simple. So in other words, if this unit moves over here, I would have to roll a number higher than a 5 on an 8-sided die to eliminate the top unit. The top unit is the one that's on top. If I roll a 5, I fail. If Agricola is with this one, he removes an extra unit, the next topmost unit. That's awesome. Fantastic. All right. But there's going to be a cup adjustment no matter what. One unfriendly, because, well, that's going to happen. One unfriendly to hostile. So in other words, what's going to happen is we are going to blindly reach in here, grab one unfriendly unit without looking at it, okay? So I would not see that it's this unit, and then I would drop it into the hostile one. But as it is, we're not going to do that yet because we're just talking about it. And then there are going to be 2 hostile reactions. Hostile reactions mean what's going to happen, and this is the number of them, and this is per legion that got activated. There may be, when we get to battles, there may be that there will be more than 1 legion in a given battle. So what that means is if there are 2 legions in the battle, there will be 4 hostile reactions. If there are all 3 legions in a battle, there will be 6 hostile reactions. So keep that in mind. So what's a hostile reaction? Hostile reaction means we're going to go into the hostile cup and draw a chit one at a time. And then depending on what the chit is and depending on what's out here in the given space that it's supposed to go into, certain things will happen. No, almost all are bad for us. So we'll go over that here in a little bit. All right. So, oh, hey, Cooper. Hi, come here. Come here. Priorities, guys. Sorry. Come here. Come on. Come on. Up. No, he doesn't want to. Cooper says hi to y'all, though. You want to come up? Come on. No, he just wants pets. All right. Never mind. Moving on. Excuse me, buddy. Watch out. There you go. All right. We're professional here. Seriousness only. All right. So the garrison. Tribal box has no unit, so an empty space. Okay, then remove 1 legionary battle unit. What is that? That is one of these guys. And keep in mind, it's a legionary. In other words, not an auxiliary. Okay? So, one of these guys, and it can be a level 1, a level 2, or a level 3. You're always going to want to get rid of the level 1s, if at all possible. Remove a legionary battle unit from the active legion's holding box, so whichever legion is in there. And place a garrison on the tribal box. What does that mean? Well, there are these garrison markers on the back of, so basically if you remove a 1, you're going to flip it over and then put it wherever it is that legion is. All right? Pretty simple so far. All right. So it weakens the strength of your legion, but this is the only way in which this is part 1 of a 2-part process or a 2-turn process in which you're going to be able to place settlements, because remember, a level 3 settlement, or the second level of a settlement, because it comes in as a level 2, a level 3 settlement is worth a victory point. That's going to be important. All right, remove, and if Agricola is there, remove one adjacent tribal unit in the same region. So, a region is a colored area. And note that it did not say the top one from there. So you can always pull, like if I were to be in one of those and I were to place a settlement in that, I could remove any one that's adjacent. So I couldn't remove those, bad example. But if this were a 4 and a 6, I could remove the 6 if I want from underneath. It doesn't say top. That's the thing I want to point out. If there's a tribal leader there, then they prevent that action. You can't garrison. And you move one unfriendly to friendly. Hey, that's good. So you move an unfriendly to the friendly. That's good. All right. All right. Yes, I was informed yesterday after our stream that the roast beef was payment. So Cooper is not a volunteer. He is hired help. So for him to be on stream, he must be paid in meat. So, all right, I was informed that. All right. And then one hostile action then takes place after that. Peacekeeping. You must move to an adjacent box without units. Okay, pretty simple. Okay. And it does point out legionary camps are considered to be in the blue region. All right. So the resolution, this is how you can move only. This is a peacekeeping action. Move to a second adjacent box with Agricola. So that is when you can move a second time with Agricola. I think I said any time, but it's only in a peacekeeping. If there's a tribal leader, can't do it. Move a hostile to an unfriendly. Okay, so from really pissed off to just sort of pissed off. And then one hostile reaction. All right. Battle. We're going to cover that later, but there must be 2 or more units in that area. I'm going to cover battles when we get into actual battles. Passing. This probably will not happen in the first few rounds, okay? But when you pass, forego all remaining actions and score 1 victory point for each remaining action, including the action that passed. So if you choose to do nothing, sometimes, hey, look, I'm going to govern with a light hand this turn, so therefore you score a victory point for every action that you don't take. And you'll see the NAs, obviously. 1 unfriendly to hostile total, and then a friendly to unfriendly per remaining action, but there's still going to be 1 hostile reaction total. All right, so then Agricola can take some leader actions. These are free actions that I can take at any point here. So as an attached leader, there's no limitation for that or reorganizing legions. The resolution, attach to a legion in an adjacent box so he can bounce between units. Okay. And cup adjustment, none. And there's no cup adjustment for reorganizing legions. Reassign units in current and adjacent legions. So in other words, because all of these guys are adjacent right now, if I don't like the makeup of what this is based on what came out here, I can reorganize for free. So that's probably going to happen before we get started. Okay, good enough. The last one, however, negotiation. This is called bribery. Some people don't like the word bribery, so they use negotiation. Tribal leader prevents this in their region. So if there is a tribal leader in that region, even if it's not the space you were trying to negotiate in, tribal leader says, nah. So he has domain over the entire region. So keep that in mind. First, you may spend 1 to 7 coins from up to whatever your treasury is. But keep in mind, if your treasury ever reaches 0, you lose the game. And add that number to a die roll. If it exceeds the topmost tribal unit's resistance rating, it's successful. And then place that unit in the friendly cup. In other words, hey, that's pretty awesome. So if this 6, let's say I spent, say, $2 and I roll a 5. Well, the 2 plus the 5 there would be a 7. This unit would actually go into the friendly unit. And instead of me having these really weak blue as auxiliaries, if I were to draw this guy as a 3-4, he comes in as a really strong auxiliary. That could be really, really nice to have, but you're also running a risk when you do this. Because if you fail, you basically insulted them with your offer and you move 1 unfriendly to hostile. So one unfriendly to hostile. But keep in mind, they weren't so insulted that they didn't take your bribe. They just basically said, oh, we'll take it, but piss off. We're not going to do that because you didn't grease the skids enough. All right, so those are the various actions. So we'll go over housekeeping, we'll go over battles, and we'll go over the hostile reactions when those happen. So let's go ahead now and talk about what it is we should do. And I was hoping at this point you guys would have chimed in. Hello, Martha, welcome. So let's go ahead and talk about what we have out here. So we have 3 units there in Ordovices. We have 2 in Solaris. And we have blanks up here. We have empty spaces up there. Now, placing settlements is going to be good. We're going to want to place 1 settlement out there. To be able to place a settlement is basically taking one of these units and turning it into a garrison, so it's going to weaken that legion, but it's going to be important to be able to, it helps us to work towards getting victory points, but also will help for pacifying a region. Now, there is no bonus for having multiple settlements in the same region. There are a maximum of 4 settlements that we can have in this game. So there are 4 regions out here. So in theory, realistically, we're going to have a total of 3 settlements that get built. Probably 1 in blue. Ideally, we get 1 into the orange region and 1 in the green region. And there you go. All right, so. And Dan, when you contact Hollandspiel, hopefully you said you saw it here. So I don't know if Tom's going to be joining us in chat today. I saw that he had retweeted this earlier, so maybe it'd be cool to see Tom. So there are 2 units here. There are 3 units here, and you cannot go through a unit. When you reach a unit, you must stop. So doing something, we have 3 actions total. So now let's go over what we have. We could have a battle, all right, that has 2 or more units. But the problem is, because the 6 is on the top, they're going to have a ton of different units, in a given battle over there. But we're going to have a tactical advantage, and we're going to have initiative, which is going to be important. The question is, do we want to battle that with a 6 on top? I don't think we do. So we could try and suppress the 2 stack because 1 or 2 units up there. We could also then, after we have done that, potentially it would eliminate both units. Then we could use a garrison action to then garrison there in that area. Or we could try and go crazy and try and battle. But before we do this, the question is, do we want to reorganize this a little bit? Now, because all of these are here as a free action, because they are said to be, all these areas are adjacent to one another, as a free action, remember, I can reorganize legions. So I need to figure out how I want to reorganize these and where I want to place Agricola. So Agricola is going to either be with the 2nd or the 20th, because those are the ones that are on the front lines with these units. Now, if he's with the 2nd, then we try and suppress. We'll be able to remove both of those if it's successful. However, we can also possibly negotiate, okay, to add to our die roll here if we try the suppression. Now, we only have $4 to start with. We could say maybe try and grease the skids and maybe be willing. I think what my gut says, what I'm thinking about doing, is negotiating with these guys here, okay? If we negotiate with them, because otherwise we need to roll a 6, 7, or 8 whenever we do a suppress, okay? We have to roll a higher number there. If we negotiate and we're successful, and we spend, say, 3 coins. Remember, we can spend 3 coins, which equals a victory point. So I think I'm willing to do that because we already have 1 to 3 victory points. If we negotiate there, the problem is we only have 3 actions. We have to move, and move is in addition to some action. So I think what we would do is we would move, we would negotiate, and then try and suppress. And if we're successful in that, both of those would go away. That would be 1 action. Then we could garrison that area as a second action, depending on what happens with the hostile reactions at that point. And then possibly we have Agricola up here with the 20th, and then we possibly go in and have a battle there. You can do leader actions. Those are unlimited. So I could negotiate multiple times if I wanted to. But failure moves from unfriendly to hostile. So keep that in mind. So what I think we do, since we're not going to try and fight here, I think we're going to move one of these guys over here to the 20th. So there's going to be that. So we're going to reorganize to start. And I'm going to move one of these. That's 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the entire front line. And we're going to have Agricola. Oof. You know what? I'm going to put him with the 20th here. There are a total of 6 units here. There are 3 here, so it's only twice as big, so that's good. You can have 2 auxiliaries per 1 unit here, so we're good everywhere. So I think I'm happy with this setup right now. One of these is going to turn into, in a perfect world, is going to turn into a garrison here in Solaris. So I think what we do, here's my question, and I want the peanut gallery. It benefits you to keep legions adjacent to move Agricola between them. Yes, it does. Hey, Dimitri. So the problem is I want to place a garrison here. So I think what I want to do is I want to negotiate here. So I'm going to move the second, and the second are these units here. I'm going to move there, and then I'm going to try and negotiate. So now the question is, do I spend 2 or do I spend 3 money in my treasury to lower this number by 2 or 3? If I lower it to 2, that means I need to roll a 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. If I lower it 3, I need to roll a 4 or higher. Sorry, a 3 or higher. And that would all but almost guarantee a success. And to be honest with you, the extra buck, I don't know how important that's going to be. I haven't tried this strategy yet. So what I want to know is, should I spend 2 or 3 of my treasury here to be able to do this action? So you guys chime in with that for the negotiation, and that is to spend, and if so, we place it into the friendly cup. It's going to hopefully not fail, and then at that point, what we're going to need to do is we're going to have a suppress, which we're going to need to roll a 5 or higher to succeed to remove both those units. So that's what I'm trying to do, at least. Hopefully all that makes sense. Dimitri votes 3. I vote 3. Sylvester votes 3. That works for me, so let's do it. We're going to drop the treasury 1, 2, 3. So the negotiation is going to be free. So we're going to add 3 to our roll here, okay? So we need to roll a 3 or higher. That is a 4. So that's 7. That is higher than the 5. So that succeeded. So this Solaris is going to go into the friendly cup. Awesome. Good job there. So now, as our action, now that we have moved into this area, tribal box has 1 or 2 units and no tribal leader. Checks out. Okay. Die roll compared to the resistance rating of the topmost unit. So we need to roll a 5, 6, 7, or 8. Agricola does not have to be with the acting legion. I will not get this, the Agricola effect, the bonus. But that's okay because the negotiation was successful. So therefore, there's only 1 unit here to remove. So I don't need to be able to remove both units. Does that make sense? So we need to roll a 5 or higher. And that's a 6. We're off to a really good start. All right, so this is eliminated. Eliminated units go into the dead pool. Things will happen with them later on, okay? So, done, or not, those don't apply. Then a cup adjustment, an unfriendly to a hostile. All right, we do that first. So an unfriendly without seeing. Before I do this, do you guys want to see what units I'm moving between the cups? But you can't tell me. Do you guys want to see, or do you want it to be a surprise to you guys as well? I'll leave it up to you before I make that decision. And then we're going to go into hostile reactions after that. Because I think you guys are playing along here. By the way, you guys need to choose over-under on Glory to Britons. Over-under on that is going to be 3.5 on this one. And do you pick me, or do you pick the game to win? Do I win or lose? That's a fair point. That is a really good point, David. That it'll remove the adjacent. That's a really good point. It will. You know what? So I will have brought Agricola with that. That's a really good point. And what they're talking about is whenever we garrison, remove 1 adjacent tribal unit in the same region. That's a good point. I forgot about that. Yes. So, all right. It seems folks want it more to be a surprise. All right. English breakfast. It seemed thematic. All right. So we need to move 1 unfriendly to hostile. So we're going to do 1, and there we go. All right, that's in there. Done. Okay, so that was our first action, and it was a successful one. So now these guys are now in Solaris by themselves. Okay, so action number 1. However, that was a suppress action. So there are 2 hostile reactions. So what are hostile reactions? So let's go ahead and put the second page of this cheat sheet into this over here for you guys to see. Okay. This is going to be for battles. This is for hostile tribe reactions, just little reminders to myself. And then whenever there's an interscene war, that shouldn't have been crossed off, but that one line, because there can never be there can never be an interscene war focused on the Cornovi, so that line should not be there. That's actually a misprint in the rulebook, so no big deal there. All right, again, these things are all right here. Tribal unit placement here, and all of these things are here, but they're spelled out a little bit more in detail on this. So this is on the back of the rule book, but I just want to show you guys, and I'm using this, okay? All right. Hey, Goosarino. All right. Nikos wants to see, but I'm sorry, you've been out, you were outvoted, Nikos. All right, so hostile tribe reaction. The first thing that's going to happen is we need to draw. And how many are we going to draw? We're going to draw 2. So we're going to do 1 at a time. Okay, so we will draw 1 at a time from the hostile. So because we just added to it, we'll shake these up. Okay. And I'll go ahead and put it, say right here. I think you guys can see it. All right, so 1 of these guys. So this is into, and it says where they will go. So this says Solaris, okay? Which is really good for us. Because the tribal unit, if I draw on a tribal leader, it would be that. But if it's a tribal unit, it's this. You always check top to bottom, and whenever it applies, you do it. If there's a legion there, eliminate the tribal unit. There is a leader there, or I'm sorry, a legion there in Solaris. We will eliminate the unit. We're off to a really good start. All right, so that was the first hostile tribe reaction. Now we will do one more. All right, this one, oh, that's not good. Why is there a red? Are you kidding me? This is the one that we just put in there. Are you kidding me? Glory to Rome, game. Holy crap. That is what we just drew. We know this because all the red ones start in there. 3, 6, there was a 10% chance of that. That just cost us a victory point. That is not good. So, wow, that is really bad. All right, so is there a legion? There's nothing up in red. There's no settlement. There's no garrison. There are not 2 or more units. Less than 2 tribal units. Place the unit. So, this goes into Damnoni. Oh, boy. Damnoni. So, right there. Oh, that's really bad for us. Okay, glory to Britain, I guess, yeah. That was both of those tribal unit placements. So that is done now for that first action. You guys following along? All that makes sense? So now that we have 2 actions left, right? Wow, does that change things? I think we're going to have a battle to be able to survive. At least we get income before checking for victory points. So it's not vital. We're going to get our income and we can spend $3 for a victory point. I don't want to have to do that, but that is our just in case, because since we lost a victory point, because this is not going to be an empty area up there now. So right now we only have 1, 2 victory points. But if we have a battle, for every legion that was in battle that actually rolled dice in the battle, then they get to promote 1 unit. And you can promote a single unit from a 1 to a 2 or a 2 to a 3. A 2 to a 3 would give us another victory point. So having a battle might be something that behooves us to do at this point. However, we're going to stay on target here and we're going to choose to garrison in Solaris. So, tribal box has 0 units. Checks out. Remove 1 legionary battle unit from the active legion's holding box and place a garrison on the tribal box. Okay. And then remove 1 adjacent tribal unit in the same region if Agricola is there. And there are no tribal leaders. So let's do that. So this is the 2nd Legion. The 2nd Legion is this one. It must be a Roman legion. It cannot be an auxiliary. So we're going to remove this one, turn it into a garrison. So we're going to put that down at the bottom here in Solaris. And we'll just show that the 2nd is there. So that is now that. And now we can remove adjacent. We could remove this 3 in Demente, but honestly, as who was it earlier? David had intimated, this is adjacent, and it happens to be the top unit, but we would want to remove the 6 from this there, and remove it, it goes into the dead pool. So removing this 6 will go into the dead pool, which now leaves a 5 on top, which is going to help us if we choose to battle over here, all right? So we've done that. There's no tribal leader. Move one unfriendly to friendly. Okay, cool. So we're going to move one unfriendly, not looking, there. And that goes into the friendly one, there. Okay, that's done. And then one hostile reaction. All right. So hostile is going to be in this container. So that is a green, and it's there in Brigantes. And Brigantes is in this location right here. All right, so now let's look. There are two units in that. No legion, no settlement, no garrison. 2 or more tribal units, place the unit. All right, we'll stop there for a second. So we're going to place this unit. That is now the 3rd unit in Brigantes. So now an internecine war event is triggered if no leader is present. There is no leader present, okay? Because there are now 3 or more units. If a leader is in the region and adjacent to a legion, eliminate a legionary battle unit. That's a raid, but thankfully there is no leader present. So now we need to check for the internecine war event. So let's take a look at this chart. And again, that is this right here, okay? So where is it taking place? The hostile tribe is the Brigantes. So we're going to look at the Brigantes here. Then we're going to move over to the Vatadini, okay? And if there are any Vatadini, that will happen. If not, then we will go to the Cornovi, all right? So let's go ahead and take a look. Brigantes and the Votadini. There are Votadini there. So let's go ahead and talk about the internecine war. When 3 or more tribal units occupy a tribal box and there's no tribal leader there, then there's going to be an internecine war. It lists primary and secondary. If an attack against the primary target is possible, it's made. If not, go to the secondary. If neither is possible, no attack is made. So if there were nothing here, and then this would be the secondary, nothing there, the internecine would not happen. Okay? Hey, Andrew, what's up? Thanks again for letting me borrow the copy. All right. So an attack is possible only if the following conditions apply. There's at least one tribal unit in the indicated tribe as the target there is, and that tribal box does not contain a garrison, a settlement, or a legion. Both check out. If an attack is possible, eliminate the weakest unit belonging to the targeted tribe. So in other words, whichever has the lowest resistance. After eliminating the unit, or if no unit was eliminated because an attack wasn't possible, make the following cup adjustments. So the weakest unit is going to be the 5. There's a 6 underneath. So hey, that got eliminated. Yay. Thanks, guys. That made my life a little bit easier. But we need to move 1 from unfriendly, or from friendly to unfriendly, and then 2 after that, 2 from here to there. All right, so 1 here. That one will go there. So now we're going to shuffle these up, and we do 2 from here into there. 1, 2. There we go. All right, so don't know what was placed. There we go. Done. So that was the internecine war from the placement of that. That makes sense? And that was this from the one for placing the garrison out there. All that makes sense? All right. Andrew, have you played this? I forget. All right, so that is the end of the second action there. We have 1 action left, all right, and we currently only have 2 victory points. So now we could battle. So here is something that I struggled with for those that are familiar with the game, whether it's JT, Andrew, anyone else. I realize I only have one legion action, so I cannot do this, but I'm just asking for permission because there has been a lot of discussion about adjacency and movement and all of those things. It was talked about that all of these spaces that are one away from any of these double lines are adjacent to one another. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that this, if I had, every time you activate a legion, it is a legion action. If I wanted to, I could go 1, that's adjacent, to move into there. I don't think that's allowed, moving from here around this way to go that way. I could go straight across here, I understand that. And I cannot, I can move the 20th over to that as a second action for the battle. I don't believe, all right? Well, good, this is my third time, Andrew, and I'm going to get smoked. So here we go. So what I am going to do is, as a free action, and because this is adjacent, Agricola is going to come up and join up with this legion here, and they are going to have a battle, all right? So, Tribe Box has 2 or more units in it, and then I get tactical advantage and I help retain initiative. Okay, there are no leaders here, etc., etc. Okay, so these guys are going to move to Ordovices right there, okay? So it is the 20th that is going to fight. That is it. So let's go through the battle steps now. And I will bring this sheet back over so you guys can see this part. All right. All right. So first things first is have to determine initiative. Now I'm going to temporarily bring Agricola over here to show that he is taking place in the battle. He is there for initiative. So we have to determine initiative. I possess initiative when there is a tribal leader in the region, but not in the space that it's taking place. In other words, if the tribal leader were here, here, or here, and Agricola is there, then I would have initiative. If there is a tribal leader there, it doesn't matter if Agricola is there, they get initiative there. And if Agricola is not in this battle, and there is a leader in any of these 4 spaces, then they would have initiative. This is super important to understand. Initiative means you start on the defensive, and what that means is these guys get a free hit on you, which is really, really bad. Initiative is really important in this game. If you have initiative, you get to hit them first. So you get to attack before going on defense. If they have initiative, they go on the attack, meaning you're on the defense first every round. That's bad. Tactical advantage, I'll explain as we go along. So I am going to have initiative, so that's good, okay? So the enemy deployment, because I have initiative, it's going to mean that I deploy my forces after they do, and I get to attack first. So let's go through here the battle sequence here. So battle sequence as shown here. Initiative, I just went over that a little bit, probably in detail, so there we go. Enemy deploys. Roll a die and add the topmost resistance level and consult the tribal formations chart. Okay, so the top number is a 5 where the battle is taking place. So I'm going to roll a die. Lower number is good for us, and we're going to add 5 to it, okay? That's about as good as it could get. So that's going to be a 6 in total, because now we're going to look at the tribal formations chart. And again, it's the same as what's on here, but it's right there. All right, tribal formations chart. Where is the battle taking place? The battle is taking place in Ordovices, all right? So we find Ordovices, which is right here, and it is a 5 plus 1, so it's going to be a 6. So that means it's going to be 7 battle units that I'm going to be going up against, okay? And you'll notice that these numbers get really, really big. And whenever there's an asterisk, if there's a leader present, those actually become 13s. There are 13 total in this, so that's bad. But we're only going to have to place 7 of them. All right, so now let's go back before we do so and go ahead and draw these. So now is where these guys come into play. So I'm going to show you there are 2 sides. There is the regular side, and then there is the, I forget the name of the battle, shoot. Hold on. It is the Mons Graupius. Basically, when the red leader is out here, there's going to be a massive battle that takes place at some point. And what the red side represents is you have to hit these guys once, then they flip over to their other side. Notice the numbers didn't get smaller. And then when you hit them again, then they're eliminated. That's bad. That's really hard. For any battle that isn't the Mons Graupius, they stay on this side, so one hit and they're removed. All right, so that's what these are. All these guys, there are 13. We're going to draw 7 of them, and they get placed out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If there were more than 7, they go in the ordered number as shown over there. And thank you for the answer, Andrew. All right, so first one is going, into 1. Oh, can we stop with these big draws? Oy, their left side is, or their right side, as it were. I mean, really? There are a lot lower numbers than that in here. There we go. And this is why deploying after them is going to be a big factor in this. All right. So those are the 7. Those are the 6 that did not come in. And I mean, you guys can see there's a 4-4, a 4-5. There's a 6-6 that could have come out, and another 4-5 and 2 other 5-5s. Okay. All right. So that's their lineup there. So now enemy deployment. Then the Legion deployment is line up the Legion and auxiliaries. Now, you must put all units possible on the front line, and then any left over can go onto the back line, which we'll fight later on in the battle. All right? So, I will, I think, go ahead and put that guy here. You know what? I'll put him there. I'll put him there. You know what? Do I like that? I'll talk it through here in a minute. So I'm going to be attacking left to right. You must go, it's always left to right, and then the game always attacks left to right. To be clear, the rule book says from right to left. That is from their perspective. So their perspective is their right is our left. So we attack left to right, and then they attack left to right as we look at it. Do I want to do that? I'm curious whether or not I want to put him there to where he's going to attack that guy easier. And then maybe I do this instead. Man, that sucks having that wall right there. I would have to roll a 5, 6, 7, or 8. Whereas there, I only got to roll 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. No, a 3 or higher. Maybe I swap those out. I think that's what I go with. I think so. Now, the reason, let's go ahead and talk about this a little bit. So in attack round, all units attack from left to right against the unit with the highest defense unless Agricola is present, which he is, so tactical advantage. And then a defense round, so let's go over the attack round first. All units attack from left to right against the unit with the highest defense unless Agricola is present. All right, so what's going to happen? Top number is attack, bottom number is defense. So top number, so this guy has a 1. He's going to roll, this is just an example no matter what I roll. We're going to add that number. So that's a 2 plus 1. That is a 3. He needs to exceed the number of the unit he is attacking. So let's say for argument's sake, let's say he rolled a 5. Okay? 5 plus 1 is a 6. If he were attacking this unit, 6 is higher than the 5, which is the bottom number there, he would kill that unit. That unit would then come over here, okay? If he were attacking that unit that does not exceed that number, he basically fails in his attack. Then we do it with this one. He chooses 1 to attack, then you roll. You do it all the way down the line, okay? Then any remaining units there get to attack, okay, for what is called the defense round, okay? The defense round, add the attack of each bordering unit and compare to a die roll plus the unit's defense value. Okay, what does that mean? So let's say these 2 units are both remaining. Their combined attack value is 10. 5 on the top, 5 on the top. So that's 10. He has a defense of 3. He needs to roll a 7 or higher, and that will be his defense roll. So let's say he rolled, say, another 5. That's actually 5 plus 3 is 8. Their attack is a 10. He is eliminated. He comes over there. Does that make sense? Then, after that, if both of those guys remain, they get to add up their numbers and attack this one, even though this guy already attacked. However, if this guy were eliminated from the attack round, it is his attack 5 against that defense 3 because he's not adjacent to any other units. So if he rolled a 5, that would be 8 against his 5, he would survive. Then this guy would attack, and he would attack one of these 2, and he would attack he would attack him, and then he would attack teamed up with him there. So his 5 would automatically miss against that 6, so that would fail, okay? Then he would team up that 10 against that 5, and if he rolled a 5, let me double check ties go to the defender in that. Nope, it's always got to exceed for us. If the roll is less than or equal to, your unit is eliminated. All right, cool. Yep, exactly. Yeah, not just equal. So when you attack, it's got to be higher than, and when you defend, it's got to be higher than. All right? So that's how that's going to go. Then if there are until one side is completely eliminated, you go through another set. You go through isolation and all this, reorganization. I'll cover that here in a little bit. But that said, do you guys like the setup that I have there? This way it gives him a chance to go up against his choice of those. I think so. I think that's what we go with. All right. So he is going to try, man, I would love to take on the second unit with him. But he would need to roll, let's see, a 6 or higher, whereas there it's a 5 or higher. But no, he won't be able to isolate him. So yeah, he's going to go up against the guy on the left. And you do have to declare who you're attacking before you roll, I believe. Let me make sure. Yeah, it's implied that that is. If both of these guys remain, he would need, on the defense, he would need to roll a 9 or higher. So the blue guy needs 9 plus 3 is 12 against their, an 8 or higher. I'm looking at the wrong number, see? Their attack would be 10 against his defense of 3, so it would need to be an 8 or higher. Correct. Yep, Dan and I are saying the same thing. We are in agreement. So, here we go. First attack. Come on, Legion. Well, first the auxiliary. So, he has an attack of 1 going up against a defense of 5. So, he needs a 5 or higher to hit. Well, we're off to a good start. That's a 6 plus 1 is 7. That's higher than his 5 defense. He did. Good job. So he is done. I'm just going to drop them down to signify that they've attacked so I don't lose track just in case. So now, if Agricola was not present, they would have to choose whoever had the higher defense. So in other words, he would have had to have fought him. But because Agricola's here, we have tactical advantage, so therefore I get to choose. So now the 3-6 is actually going to choose this one, not the first one, but the second one. He's going to choose him. The reason is because then he'll become isolated and he'll automatically die. No, he won't. He'll be able to hit him. Still, it makes the attacks gentler as it comes over here. So he's going to try and attack him. So we have a 3 attack against a 6 defense. We need to roll a 4 or higher on this. That'd be a big swing and a miss. Fail. So now this 3-5 is going to go after the exact same guy. So he needs to roll a 3 attack he needs to roll a 4 or higher. That is a 4. So that succeeds. He did. He's done. This 3-5 will go up against this 5-6. So he needs to roll a 4 or higher. This is a big roll right now. Come on, 4 or higher. 4. Boom. He did. Now the 2-4 is going to go up against he's going to go up against the 4-4, so he needs to roll a 3 or higher. Gah! That's bad. That sucks. All right. So that failed. Now the 3-5 is going to go up against this 4-5, so he needs to roll a 3 or higher. Oops. Really? Try that again. Didn't go into the tower. That's a 6. That succeeded. He's dead. All right. So everybody has attacked. So now we have to do a defense round. So add the attack of each bordering unit and compare to a die roll plus the unit's defense. So he is going to attack here. That is a 5 attack against a 3. So I need to roll a 3 or higher to survive. He's dead. Rolled a 1. That's not good. Now he's going to attack here. However, he has a 5 attack against a 6 defense. It automatically fails. Don't need to worry about it. So then we come to here. He is adjacent. A 4 attack against a 5 there. That automatically fails. A 4 against a 4 will automatically fail because the lowest I can roll is a 1. You're right. I realize that in hindsight, David. He should have gone after him because I forget. I always would roll a 1, so I should have gone after that. But it was moot, thankfully. And then this 5 will go up against this 5, and that is a miss. So my auxiliary died, but that is it. Now we are going to do reorganize. And I want to walk through this a little bit slowly because this is going to matter, okay? Once each enemy or eligible unit has defended against the enemy, you must make adjustments to my front line. So there is a spite, there is a hole, all right? So now, this guy is unengaged. currently, okay? Because he does not have any targets in either space in front of him. Everybody else has somebody in front of them, so they are all engaged, okay? If there are any of your units involved in a battle, meaning not on the back line, that were placed, but were not, you only have room for 13 spots. So if you had any extras, they would be back here. They would not be part of the battle. Move one of the unengaged units into one of the holes in the line. All right. So there are empty, non-numbered spaces that are adjacent to empty or enemy battle units. So that is a hole in the line. So this unit will then come over and will move over to fill the hole in the line. All right. I know, Dan, they can, but I'm just walking through this step by step. So then, once I have done all of that with any unengaged units or any other holes in the line, which there was just that one, then we do it to if there are any enemy units involved in a battle who are not themselves adjacent to any of my units, those are unengaged enemy units, or if there are any empty numbered squares that are adjacent to my units, those are holes in the line for them. Everybody is engaged, so they will not move. Okay, so we can skip the rest of the reorganize. And because we have not reached the end of the battle, we then go back up to an attack round. Me first, and this is why having initiative is so important. So this guy will attack that defense. So his 3 against that 6, I need a 4 or higher. That's a 7. He did. That guy is now unengaged. This guy, 3 against the 4, he needs to roll a 2 or higher. He did. He did. And then this guy is now unengaged, so we move over here. 3 attack against a 5 defense. He needs a 3 or higher. That's a 7. He did. Defense round. There ain't anybody left. That's the end of the battle. Woohoo! So considering we only lost an auxiliary, that's a big win for us. Promotion and reorganization. Increase Aquila level for each Legion battle units that participated, then reorganize the legions involved. How many legions were involved in the battle? Only the 20th Legion. So that means I can promote any one of the legions, the legionnaires that are there. Now, I lost a victory point here. It's important to move 1s to 2s, but it's also important to move 2s to 3s because 3s get us victory points. So I'm going to promote, I think he succeeded, so you know what? He was the first one to take the battle. I realize they're the same, but thematically, they were the first into battle. So Agricola is going to call them out by name and single them out as having bravery, so they get promoted. So I only get to promote 1 unit, so that is done. Then reorganize. If there were 2 legions, I could promote any 2 that took place. Then reorganize. What does that mean? Well, these units obviously are all going back to the 20th. However, if there were multiple units, the game has no memory. If it were the 9th and the 20th, I wouldn't know who had what. So therefore, what would have to happen is I would have to reorganize some into the 9th, however I choose, and some into the 20th. I say however I choose, following normal rules that there must be at least 1, there has to be at least no more than 2 of the auxiliaries per 1 unit, and there can never be more than, or there can never be triple the lowest amount. And if 2 legions took place in the battle, and that means I will have promoted 2 units. One of the promoted units would have to go into the 9th, and one would have to end up in the 20th. That's the only last gotcha rule that's there. Okay? All right. So, now, technically, as Dan said, All of these battle guys, actually, as they die, can just go straight back into the cup. I just wanted to show all the dead that were over here. So all 13 are back in the cup. We'll give it a shuffles in case we forget to do that later. That's done. So the next step now is cup adjustment. One friendly to unfriendly per region involved in the battle. So one friendly to one unfriendly. You know what? Let me shuffle. Okay, so one friendly to unfriendly per legion involved. There was only one legion, okay? Then one unfriendly to one hostile per eliminated legion battle unit. There were no legion battle units. There was a auxiliary that died, but none for us, okay? All right, and yes, it's moot because I understand that, David, but still, again, I'm trying to be clear. All right, so thankfully, because we didn't lose any units, we don't have to go unfriendly to hostile, so yay. Now resolve the dead pool. If there is a +3 settlement in that region without tribal units, they go into the friendly cup. That's going to be important. So, in that area where the battle took place, in here, that would be great. You know what? Hold on, let me make sure I'm doing this right. Return all eliminated enemy battle units to the battle cup, all eliminated legion battle units to my force pool, then resolve all the remaining units presently in the dead pool here. So, place all the eliminated units for that region into the unfriendly cup. All right, so these guys now, all of these guys will go over into there, okay? And place all of them into the unfriendly cup. Except blue always go into the friendly cup. So, tribal units, but no Roman presence. There is a Roman presence there, except notice the green. Tribal units, but no Roman presence. Make sure, hold on. Let me back up one step. Examine the contents of the dead pool, sorting all the tribal units by region. So, what we will do is we'll do it like this, okay? Leave tribal leaders permanently in the dead pool, then each region, so we'll start with the green one, okay? We'll start with the green region. Oh, you guys can't see that, sorry. We're starting with the green region here. There are no tribal units and a +3 settlement. So there are tribal units and there's no +3 settlement. So we skip to the next step. Tribal units, but no Roman presence. There are no Romans in the green area. All right? So legion, garrison, or settlement. When it lacks any kind of Roman presence and the tribal leader units are present in the region, place all the eliminated units for that region in the hostile cup. Into the hostile cup. Done. Well, same thing, but there is a Roman presence here. All right? They will go into the unfriendly cup. All right? So, all of these guys here will go into the unfriendly cup. So all of them in there. In the blue, an exception that meet the oh, you know what? I misspoke. There's no Roman presence here. They will go into the hostile. So check that. Tribal unit, no, hold on. There are no tribal units in there. So in other words, sorry, they will go into the friendly cup. So I'm gonna have to look, sorry. No, there, this will go into the friendly cup. I did it right, never mind, I did not misspeak. Check that. All right. So, eliminate tribal units. Place the tribal units and tribal leader, if present, into the dead pool. And resolve hostile reaction. 2 actions. So 2 hostile reactions. All right. So, okay. Oh, you know what? 2 of them should be in the dead pool. The 4 and a 5, technically. Nope. Not looking at these, don't worry. Just all I'm looking for is great. It's probably this one. I hope. Damn it. Oh, hell. I give up. Just looking for the 5 that technically should be in the dead pool right now. And it should not be in the cup. There it is. Okay. Trust me, I'm not going to remember. So after we have resolved the dead pool, the guys that are here go into the dead pool. Those will not go until the end of the round. That's the important thing. So now we're going to resolve 2 hostile tribe reactions from here, from this cup. From this cup, all right? Okay, so we're doing 2. And, oh God, this one is in Deceangli. So we look here. There's no legion there. There's no settlement, no garrison. There are not 2 or more tribal. Less than 2, place the unit. Easy enough. That goes up there. And then one more is going to be that one. And that was here. That is Votidini. Votidini. No legion, no settlement, garrison. There's only 1, less than 2, so place the unit. That was one of the ones that got destroyed by the Brigantes. Okay, cool. All right, so we are now done with the battle sequence. All right, so now we're out of actions because that was the last action. That was the 3rd one was the battle. So hey, awesome, awesome job on the battle, all things considered. So now we go into the housekeeping phase. So my eyes, yeah, that's pretty clear to you guys, right? So we'll move this up so you guys can see that. The housekeeping phase. And housekeeping, also right there, but a lot more wordy here, so a lot more in detail than what's on the back of the rule book. All right. So, raids. If any tribal box has 3 or more tribal units or 2 units and a leader present, they may raid an adjacent settlement or legionary camp if there are no legions or garrisons occupying the adjacent tribal box. If a raid occurs, treasury is reduced by 2. So if 3 or more, there are no leaders out on the board. So 3 or more units out on the board. Let's look. The only place that has 3 or more is Brigantes. And an adjacent settlement legionary camp. There, or there, none of those apply, no raid happens. Okay, good, because that would have sucked, because I would have automatically lost, because that would have reduced my treasury by 2. Okay, tribal de-escalation. Leaders, remove any, except for Calgacus. Calgacus, that is a really hard word to say, name. None, no leaders out there. There are no 3+3 settlements. Notice, if there is a +3 settlement, remove the top tribal unit from every tribal box in the region. So that's why it helps us pacify it. No +3 settlements. Remove the top tribal unit from each tribal box with 3 or more tribal units. Okay, so hey, that's 6. Remove. That will now go to the dead pool. No place else has 3. That works though. I'll take that, okay. All right, so now Romanization. So this is the exact same thing, okay? So what that means is that's going to be resolving the dead pool. Now, just like what we did at the end of a battle, but now we have to do it for any of the dead that are in there, okay? So again, resolving the dead pool here says, leave leaders. So we'll do the green area first again, okay? Place all eliminated units if there are no tribal units and a 3+ settlement. There's not. Tribal units but no Roman presence. That's the case for the green one. It's going to go into the hostile cup. Then all other cases, because there are Roman legions there, and there's no +3 settlement, so those guys are going to go into the unfriendly cup. There we go. Done. That makes sense? Pretty simple, I think. Yeah? Then income. Increase the treasury by the income level. My income is at 3. Treasury's at 1. We're now at 4. Okay. Easy enough. Now, new auxiliaries. I can spend 1 coin to hire an auxiliary. Okay, and I have a little reminder to myself. This is page 10, 9.5, because there's some rules on the auxiliaries. Okay, here they are. Each auxiliary, it's 1 coin. Okay, you can only buy auxiliaries up to your income level, meaning I can only buy a maximum of 3, even though I have $4. Well, remember, you can't drop to 0, but nonetheless. Each auxiliary is blindly drawn from the friendly cup and then assigned as an auxiliary battle unit to the legion of your choice. Note, they do not have to be in camps. They can be anywhere out on the board. I can add them freely out there. Okay? I have these 1s, 2s, and 3s like so. Okay? All right. And again, you cannot have 2 auxiliary. It's 2 auxiliaries per 1 legion, so that's legit. That's okay. If a red tribal unit or calcus is drawn, place them into the hostile cup and draw again. That sucks, so don't draw them. If a tribal leader is drawn, place them into the unfriendly and draw again. If this is empty, you don't spend the coin because you can't bribe somebody that's not there. That makes sense? All right. So before we do that, let's take a look here. Then Public Works says you can spend 2 coins to replace a garrison with a +2 settlement. We are absolutely going to be doing that because we have a settlement right here. And that is really, really important for us. So we're going to spend 2 coins for that after we decide whether or not we are going to hire any auxiliaries. Do you guys want me to hire 1 auxiliary? That is max that we're going to be able to hire because we can't drop to 0, right? So, peanut gallery, yes or no? Hiring an auxiliary or no? Yes for yes, no for no. Because we will have the number of victory points that we need. That's empty, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. We're going to have our 3 victory points. Oh, good tea. It tastes like victory. All right, the answer is yes. So we're going to spend 1 treasury. We're going to randomize this. We will shuffle this up. I wanted to anyways. And we will add 1 auxiliary, whatever we draw. This one. That sucked. Ugh. Who do we add it to now? Let's see. We cannot add it to 2. We can add it to 9 or 20. I think we add it to 9. I think we add it to 9. I think that's what we do. All right, so now that we have done that, and if we have more money, we could do more, okay? So now, spend 2 coins to replace a garrison with a +2 settlement? Yes, please. So, we will replace this garrison out here with a +2 settlement. Right there. Yay! Just have it like that. All right. Now, you are not allowed to pay 2 additional coins to change it from a 2 to a 3 in the same turn. It's always 1 per turn. Okay? Or check that. You can only upgrade each garrison once per turn. You can only upgrade each +2 to a +3 garrison once per turn. So if I have multiple garrisons out here, I could do that 1 each. Okay? So, yes, congrats on surviving turn 1, because now, victory points. We don't have a +3. Regions that don't contain any tribal units, we covered that. That's a blue. We have 2, 3 Aquila Legion, so that's 3 points. No tribal leaders. We're not spending any coins. Don't care. So now the question is, do we want to hire any Aquilas for the 3 victory points? Because we're going to need 8 victory points total at the end of round 2. I think the answer is no on that. So then, clean up. Move the round to the next turn and place the Legion action marker to 5. Okay, so advance this there and move that to 5. Okay, then, after that, 1 friendly to unfriendly and then 4 unfriendly to hostile. And there must be at least 8 tribal units on the map. There are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 9 out on the map. So we disregard C. So 1 friendly to unfriendly, then 4 unfriendly to hostile. So 1 friendly to unfriendly. This one. Okay. And now 4 from here to there. If you guys are enjoying this, don't forget to give it a thumb, subscribe down below. Do this one at a time so none of us can see it. Go to pledgehc.com if you think this is entertaining and informative and you find value in what it is that we're doing here at HC HQ. All right, that's all 4. We're going to shuffle this up. Okay, that is the end of round 1. All right, so round 2. So there's our current status. All right, well, let's look at what our options are now. Hey, Uwe. All right, so we could suppress. There are 2 areas that need suppressing for sure in the beige area. So that is options. Garrisoning troops right now is also an option. We could garrison the 9th. We could move the 9th up to Parisi or to Coronovi. I think Parisi makes more sense, honestly. And we could garrison because they do have a level 1. I really don't want to do level 2s. So I think that is definitely an option. All right. We could have another battle with the 20th. I'm sorry, that was the 9th. I misspoke. The 9th is this one, but they do have a 1. So that's good, the 9th, moving up to Parisi. The 20th could go have a battle against these guys if we want, or we could try and suppress them, also an option. And we're not going to pass. So there we go. Okay? Hey, Martha. Oh, right, yeah, saying, all right, gotcha. So I think garrison makes a lot of sense early on. So I think we go ahead and garrison for 1 action. So I think we move the 9th up here to an adjacent area, and we go ahead and garrison. So there are none. Remove a legionnaire. So we're going to turn this into a garrison. Okay. And, hold on. Before we do that, though, if, Before we move that, do we want to bring Agricola? Because they are adjacent here, but he's not adjacent to it there. Because we would be able to remove an adjacent tribal unit. We'd remove one of those 5s. Do we want to do that? But having Agricola here, either for a battle or to be able to suppress both of those, I think is good. I don't think we bring Agricola over there. I don't think so. Removing units is awfully nice, though. But if we add a 3rd one there, it reduces one there. I don't know. What do y'all think? Because then, if we do have Agricola there, he could also try and suppress there. I don't know. You know what? Yeah, before they do that, I think I am going to move Agricola over with them. And so garrison there, remove an adjacent tribal unit in the same region. They're both 5s, so it doesn't matter. So I will move that there. And then it moves an unfriendly to friendly. So one of these guys here, oops, come on. One of these to there. Not a lot in the friendly cup, it sounds like. Okay. And then there's going to be one hostile reaction. So going back to this, we're going to have to drive one. David says you could move to corn and then use it to move Agricola. See, I don't think that's the case, because if I were to move there, oh, the question is moving, but see, okay, no, because there's no connecting line there, and help me out on this, guys, that are experienced with this. This is the biggest question people have with this game, I feel like. If I had chosen to put the garrison here, it's the same as in Parisi, but moving Agricola from there to any of these 7 spaces here is adjacent. This is not adjacent there. Okay? So whether it's there or there, those are not adjacent to Ordovices. I don't think so, because it requires 2 movement to do that. It's 1, and then that's adjacent. All of these are adjacent, and that's the 1 movement. And the only time you get 2 movement is when you do a peacekeeping action. All right, so I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. So now we need to draw hostile, 1 hostile for the garrison. All right, so that is Brigantes. All right, so now let's take a look here. Is there a legion in that area? No. There's no settlement, there's no garrison. Are there 2 or more tribal units? No. Well, literally the one that I just replaced comes back out. Boo. All right. All right, so that's done. So now, oh, I'm sorry. Shoot. My bad, grabbed the wrong guy. So actually it got worse. It's a 6 that came out, not a 5. So that's even worse. Boo. All right, so now what do we want to do? The 20th could go have another battle. I really don't like that idea. However, you know what we could do? Ooh, I kind of like this idea. That was one action there. Next action is we could move Agricola as a peacekeeping action along with the ninth onto Ordovices, and then we can go have a battle with 2 legions, meaning the 9th and the 20th. I kind of like that idea. I like that idea a lot, I think. Yeah, I think I like that. And that keeps a garrison there. Ooh, hold on. I run a risk, though. Let me show you guys this. If there's so if we were to pull a Parisi and the garrison, or just the garrison, roll a die and subtract the number of tribal units in the region in leadership bonus. If the result exceeds the unit's resistance, the unit's eliminated. If not, place the unit, eliminate the garrison, and resolve a hostile reaction. Running a risk doing that, though. I mean, oof. Maybe I hold off on that idea. All right. So now the question is, what do we do down here in Demente? Do we want to try and suppress this? Because there's only 1 unit here. And we would need to roll a 4 or higher. That's as good as it gets right there. I think we do. I think that's what we do. So we're going to suppress. So tribal box has 1 or 2 units and no leader. Good. Okay. And then die roll. Now, there's only 1 unit there. So yeah. All right. So these guys are going to move. The settlement stays there. The second is coming in here to suppress. So we need to roll a 4 or higher. Uvesa is going to be a 5. It's a 7. Good enough. So it's suppressed. We eliminate that unit. Boom. Done. So 1 unfriendly to hostile, and then 2 hostile reactions. All right. So 1 unfriendly to hostile. And I could peacekeep with the 20th. That also is an option, to move them to join over and then come attack them. That I could go the other direction. I'm just trying to completely pacify the orange area. All right, so 2 hostile actions or reactions. All right, Ordovices. So there's a legion in Ordovices. They get eliminated. That's 1. And Cornovi. So Cornovi, it is empty. So therefore, we're just going to place the unit there. All right. And that was my second action. Remember, we need 8 victory points. We currently have 1, 2, 3 victory points. This will flip, so that'll be a 4th victory point. So that'll be 1, 2. If we kill that, bless you, if we kill that, we'll have, if these guys come over, they both get to promote a 2 to a 3 if we want, so that would actually be 2 more victory points. Then there's a good chance that this area will have no victory or no enemy units by the end of it. Maybe we do that last then. Because then that would be another victory point. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points. And then hopefully we could buy one, which would be 8. It's not ideal. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Suppressing 6s is really hard, so that's not going to happen. We're either going to try and bribe or we're going to fight. I do have $3 right now. I do. Yeah, I do. And I'm going to gain, as of right now, I'm going to gain 3 more. Oh, boy. There's a part of me that really wants to come fight these guys, like I said earlier. Ah, man. Suggestions, guys? What do y'all think? Oh, right. I have 3 points already. Oh, hell. Thank you. Sorry. I should have probably moved that to 3. I need 8, so I only need 5. 1, 2, 3. So I need 2 more. Thank you, David. I don't need 8 more. I need 8 all day. Thank you. Gah. So, we already placed the garrison here, so I like that idea. I mean, the other option is I leave that there, I clear out Ordovices, and I bring these guys up, and I come fight the Brigantes. I don't know. I mean, I could go either direction. Another option is I could... Yeah, the fact that there's only 1 here. I don't really want to suppress it. I definitely don't want to do too many battles because I'm going to have too many adjustments into the cups in the wrong direction. So I don't want to do that. Yeah, I think I either knock that one out because at the end of the round, one of these guys goes away no matter what. I don't know which way to go. And I'm pretty sure these guys are harder, aren't they? No, they're not necessarily harder. No, they're not. So you know what? Let's protect our garrison. Let's go ahead and... Oh, but the problem is they don't have Agricola, so they can only move 1 for a peacekeeping option. So they can only move there. Damn it. Whereas Agricola can move to there as a single peacekeeping action. All right, let's roll the dice. So, we're going to try and crush these guys. So we are going to move. So peacekeeping option, okay, or action. So must move to an adjacent box without units, and I can move to a second adjacent box, oh, without units. Reading comprehension. So, well, hold on one second. No tribal units. Tribal units. Check that. So we're good. So we're going to move with the garrison. That's one movement, and that's adjacent. That's going to be the second movement for the peacekeeping. So there we go. Sorry, my bad. Brain cramp. So movement only, good. No leader. One hostile, two unfriendly, and then one hostile reaction. One hostile, two unfriendly. Okay. And now one hostile reaction. Kornovi, that's going to go there. Okay. All right. So that is that action. So now that we've done that, I think now we go ahead and get the fight on. I think now we battle. There are two or more units there, so we're going to move into there. So Agricola is going to come onto the field. We have the 9th and the 20th up against those guys. Okay? So we have tactical advantage and we have initiative. They don't have any of that. So here we go. So first things first, I have initiative. So I'm going to roll a die and add the topmost resistance level. So that is a 6 plus a die. And this is in Deceangli. Deceangli is that track right there. Okay. So roll a 6 plus 1. That's a 7. That's 7 units for them. Okay. Left to right. 1, 2, 3. Oy. Man, their right flanks always seem to be pretty tough. 4. Oof. 5. 6. So, oh my God. That was a horrid draw. So this is the 9th and the 20th. So all these guys come out. You know what? Wait a minute. There we go. And yep, I think so. Yeah, I think that's how we do it. All right. So they deployed, we attack first. So left to right, highest defense value, but Agricola is there. So, he's going to attack him. So the 3 against the 5, so I need to roll a 3 or higher. Failed. Done. He's going to attack that guy. So needs to roll a 4 or higher. Fail. This is not starting well. Then this guy will attack that one. Or will he? Hold on, I forgot they combine. Shh. Nope. He's going to attack him. I need a 4 or higher real bad. Nope. Oh, come on. I forgot that. Hold on. Rolls are made. So I forgot that these guys attack combined instead of single. I'm like, oh, they're impervious. No, they're not. Oh, God. He's going to attack him. I need... No. He's going to attack him. So he needs a 6 or higher. Oh, come on. Glory to Rome. Wow. All right. Both the guys are going to attempt to take him out, so need a 6 or higher. Nope, because 1 plus 5 is 6, ties the defense. Nope, same thing. He's going to attack him, needs a 6 or higher. 1 hit. Wow. All right, time to defend, and we better roll really damn high. These 2 are going to attack him. So it's 10 versus 5. I need to roll a 6 or higher. Succeeded. Whew. That's done. So now he and he, that's an 11 against a 6. I need to roll a 6 or higher. Whew. He and he, that's an 11, will attack him, right? So let's see. He attacked. Then those 2 attack. Did I miss one? They attack him. I can't. If I missed one, I'll double back to it. But these 2 are going to attack now him, which that is an 11 against a 6. I need a 6 or higher. Lost the 3. Mistakes have been made. 5 and a 4 against a 4. That is, I need a 6 or higher. That survives. Then this 4 against a 3. Yep, I totally distributed these guys wrong. Mistakes were made. Need to be anything but a 1. Are you kidding me? Five, so I need a 3 or higher. Gonna move in there. He's gonna go up against him. Nobody's going to move. Another attack. Wow, I cannot believe, oh my God. That was catastrophic. All right, so he's going to attack. He's going to attack him. I need a 4 or higher. He's dead. He's going to attack the big boy. He needs a 4 or higher. He's going to attack him. The only guy he can. Needs a 4 or higher. Where the hell was this last round? He's going to attack him. Needs a 3 or higher. He's going to attack him. Needs a 3 or higher. Where was that last round? Now he's going to attack 5-5. He can't. He can't win. So if he cannot win, I believe they're automatically eliminated. Let me look. Is equal to or less than your unit's defense factor, it automatically dies. So that dies automatically. It's the end of the battle. God, yeah, seriously, JT. That was terrible. Oh, man. Promote and reorganize. So there were two legions. So I'm going to promote 2. So I'm going to promote a 2 to a 3 and a 2 to a 3. So redistribute. There we go. And Agricola will go that one, I think. But he can freely reorganize as he wants, so. Seriously, shame that dice tower into submission, right? All right, cup adjustment. 1 friendly to unfriendly per legion involved. So there are 2 friendly to unfriendlies. Oh. Okay. And then 1 unfriendly to hostile per eliminated legion battle. So there was 1. So 1 unfriendly to hostile. Yeah, that was brutal. Then resolve the dead pool. There's no +3 settlement. Tribal units, but no Roman presence. So let's see. So we're looking at green. So here, here, and blues will always go to the friendly cup. Okay. There is a Roman presence. So these will go into the unfriendly cup, and these will go into the unfriendly cup. Then these guys will go into the dead pool then. And then 2 hostile reactions. So these guys will actually come over to the force pool. All right, so 2 hostile reactions now. And so I don't forget, that was that action. I have 1 left. So 2 hostile reactions. Solaris. Oh, there's a settlement. Great. All right, well, let's see what happens here. So there is a settlement. Roll a die and add the settlement bonus, so add +2, then subtract the number of tribal units in the region and leadership bonus. So they don't have any units over there, and they have no leadership bonus there. So technically, move that there. If the total exceeds the unit's resistance, the unit is eliminated. If not, place the unit in the settlement. So I get a +2. So as long as I don't roll a 1 or a 2, this has to exceed. Wait, if the result exceeds the unit's resistance. So I need to roll a 3 or higher. Done. So it's eliminated. Okay. Phew, that's 1. Ordovices, there's nothing there. So, place it. And of course it's the 6. Definitely don't want to go battle it. Now what do? So where are we victory point wise, right? So we currently have 3, 4, that's going to be 5. And 3, so we're at our 8. So we're okay on victory points right now. But, whew. All right, so what do we do for the last action? Oh, and Agricola's with the over here, there. I mean, we could move and then negotiate, i.e. try and bribe them for a couple bucks, but then we have to roll a 5 or higher. I don't like that idea. I could wow, I'm trapped in right now. Oh God, this is really bad. Because peacekeeping, I cannot, because that's here. I only have 1, I can't get I can't hire troops. Oh crap. Because I'm not going to be able to get back to my bases. Oh wow, that's really bad. Okay. So, I cannot peacekeep. I'm not going to pass. Really don't want to battle. I'm not going to garrison, so I guess that leaves us a suppress. So the question now is, do we spend any money to negotiate first? Because otherwise I only succeed on a 7 or 8. Oh God. I think I spend $2, and now I succeed on a 5, 6, 7, or 8 to give it a 50-50 shot? Oh God. Oh boy. I don't know. What do y'all think? I think I do it. I think so. So we'll suppress. So we'll move here. Do I spend $2? I think I do. I spend $2 there to add 2 to the die roll. So I need a 5 or higher. Oh, you're right, I can't battle because there's only 1 unit. So yeah. So I need a 5 or higher. Please. Please. There we go. Suppressed it. Good. Whew. All right. So, unfortunately, with Agricola there, I can't, there's not a second unit to do. So, now I'm going to move unfriendly to hostile and then 2 hostile reactions. So that's done. And now, 2 hostile reactions. Here we go. Dementia, there is a unit there. It's eliminated. That's good. The bribing's a free action, but the suppress is not the... Oh, wait. Huh. Okay. So I rolled an 8. Point of correction. Negotiation here, spend, da-da-da-da-da. If successful, place in a friendly cup. But I wasn't there, so I could not negotiate. And the negotiation can't be part, or you have to do one of these actions. A free action is not moving. So actually, I'm glad you called this out. I get my money back, but if I didn't roll a 7 or an 8, I would have failed because I could not, I would have had to have done the suppress first. Then I could have negotiated after the fact. But as it is, I actually suppressed because I can't move as part of negotiation. And I had to move. So I get my $2 back, but only because I'm an idiot and got lucky. And I rolled an 8 or a 7. All right, thank you for the correction, David. So now we will do the second hostile reaction. Oh boy. Caledoni. There we go, there's the second one. So we still have, that was our last action. Now, done, that's it. Because that was the suppress action. All right, so we go into the end of the round. Raids. If a tribal box has 3 or more, nothing does, so we'll skip it. Tribal de-escalation. There are no leaders. There are no 3+ settlements. Remove the top tribal unit from each tribal box with 3 or more tribal units. There are none. Skip it. Romanization. There's no +3. Tribal units, but no Roman presence. In other words, we're talking about this. So let's see. There is a Roman presence, so all of those will go to the unfriendly cup because there's a huge Roman presence. So all of these will go unfriendly into there. Income, +3. 1, 2, 3, up to 6. That's good. Auxiliaries. A coin to hire an auxiliary. And again, we are allowed to do so. And they go immediately into your legions. Yeah, we're gonna. So the second cannot take any. The 9th and the 20th can. I know I need $4. I can hire 1. So I will hire 1. All right, let's figure out where it's going to go afterwards. Another crappy 1-3. We'll go with the 9th. There we go. All right, so now spend 2 coins to replace a garrison with a settlement and, and increase income by 2. So back up. I missed that last turn. So my income should actually be there, so I will have $2 more. I missed that. Yes. Sorry. Last turn, it's written there for a reason during public works. Sorry about that. If you do that, okay. So with that said, I will spend $2 more now to bring in 2 more. So I will bring those in. Oh, that's awesome. So this guy, because I drew him for the auxiliary, if any red are drawn, place them into the hostile cup and draw again. Yay. 1, and there's 2. I think I will do that. Yep, I think that's what we will do. All right. So now Public Works, I will spend $4 and increase my income by 2. Actually, I will increase it by 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I will spend $4. And the reason is this garrison turns into a +2 settlement, and this +2 settlement will then turn into a +3 settlement. There we go. And every time you do that, you get a +2 income. I forgot that in the last round. I apologize, and that's why I now am gone. Placing the garrison, replacing the garrison last turn here got me from 3 to 5. Then doing this and doing that got me 2 more each. And you are capped at 13, by the way. All right? All right. So now victory points. You get 1 point for a +3 settlement. I have a +3 settlement. That's a point. Then, a region that does not contain any tribal units. 1 here and 1 there. 2 more points. We're up to 6. A 3 Aquila Legion battle unit. No. 1, 2, 3. 3 more points. We're at 9. No tribal leaders in the Deadpool, and I'm not going to spend any money, and I'm not spending it. So now the question is, do I spend 5 points? I'm at 9. Oh, God. Oh, I cannot. I'm at 8, or I'm at 9. I need 8. I cannot spend any victory points because then you must meet the end of victory point requirement. So, no, I'm not going to do that. All right, so now move the round marker and Legion action to 5. Legion action to 5. Now we need a total of 13 victory points at the end of the round. 1 friendly to unfriendly, and 4 unfriendly to hostile. Okay? Hey, Renee. There are no friendlies. Are there at least 8 out here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are. So we're going to take 4 unfriendly to hostile. 1, 2, 3, 4. Done. End of the round, new round. Oh, good call on raids. During the housekeeping, if any tribal box has 3 or more tribal units, or 2 units and a leader, they may raid an adjacent settlement or legionary camp. So, in other words, there or there. Right now, this one's protected. So here, I need to be careful. If there are no legions or garrisons occupying the adjacent tribal box, your treasury is reduced by 2, and I would lose. So, good call, David. All right. Oh, and I cannot bribe. Ooh. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so what are we trying to do now? So here's a question. Do we try to peacekeep here and then down to Catavillani and then I garrison here as 2 of the actions to get another settlement out. I think it's a valid idea, but then the question is, what the hell do we do up here, right? Because now that we have a level 3 settlement, if these have 1 unit in them, they're just removed at the end of the round. And garrisoning moves 1 unfriendly to friendly. Yeah, I think that's what we have to do. So we're going to peacekeep first for the first action, okay? So there's still no leaders out here. So I will move, and then 1 hostile, 2 unfriendly, and 1 action. Okay. So we're going to go 1, 2, there. So that is going to be 1 action, so I don't forget to move that. A hostile to an unfriendly. Okay, there. And then we're going to draw 1 hostile reaction for this. Okay. Solaris. Here, again, that is, because it's a settlement, if the total exceeds the unit's resistance, roll a die and add the settlement bonus. So add 3. So I need to roll a 3 or higher or I cry. It's a 4. It's just eliminated. Whew. That was scary. Whew. Okay, done. Okay, so now we're going to garrison here. A moment. All right, so we're going to garrison here. Tribal box has 0 units. Remove a legionary. So they're going to remove from 20 because 20 is there. And that's going to become a garrison down here in blue. Okay. I would be able to remove an adjacent, but there isn't any. And 1 unfriendly to friendly, and then 1 here. Okay. Okay, there, and then 1 here. See, and here's the thing, isn't that, oh, that actually was just 1 movement. It's still in action, though. So, Agricola didn't need to be there with them, is the point. You're right. So, here we go. Brigantes. So Brigantes is going to be the 3rd one there, another 6. And because it's 2 or more, place the unit. Interscene War is going to be triggered. This is going to be the same as earlier. The Interscene War is going to be in Votadini. So we're going to then lose this guy there in Votadini. The weakest is the 5, yep. We move 1 from friendly to unfriendly. And then we're going to move 2 unfriendly to hostile. So that just undid all of our work. Wow, there's a lot in unfriendly. That sounds like a full cup. So we're going to go 1 there and 1 there. Got a lot in there too. Oof. All right. So that was 2 actions now, right? 1 to peacekeep and 1 to settle. Done. Now what? Now what? I don't know. We could try to suppress this there. What do you think? Oh, you're right. You're right, David. When I move from Ordovices, that is one movement, and all of this is adjacent. So that actually was only one action. That was part of the garrison. So I can move and then garrison as part of that movement. Thank you. Yes, you're right. So that was actually only one action. There we go. Should you protect your settlement in Parisi? Yes. So we have 4 actions. We could just try and suppress that. Or I could move as a peacekeep here, drop off one of the legions, and then go to Kornovi to try and suppress as well. Have a good one, Uwe. I think that's probably the more prudent action. I think so. So we're going to peacekeep. So we're just going to move. There. That is one movement. I would get a second movement, but I cannot. So I will then take the 9th with me. So that is, so hold on. That was peacekeep. And one hostile to unfriendly, and then a hostile reaction. Ordovices goes there. Ugh. All right, so that's the peacekeep. I've already moved that. So now, yeah, what does the second do? Now the second could come up. Well, that would be a peacekeep there to move to there, which actually might not be a terrible idea. You know what? That protects the settlement. So as a next action, they will peacekeep to go there. I move one unfriendly to friendly. Sorry, wrong one. I move one hostile to unfriendly. Oh, I guess I did, didn't I? I did you're right. So this would actually go back in there because I'd already done it earlier when I thought I had 2 actions. Good call. So now, this is why the peanut gallery is amazing. Now we're doing this one for the second peacekeeping for the 2nd Legion. Okay? Good call, Martha. I want that one. Okay. Okay, it comes back. Guess it was meant to be. All right, so they're protecting that at least now. So now, for my next action, I think these guys will move over. I will leave the 20th there. And Agricola will come over to Kornovi and will attempt to suppress. So, 1 or 2, that's good. Roll a die, and if successful, I get to remove them both. Okay, so let's just be successful. I need a 6 or higher. Perfect. Failed. So one unfriendly to hostile. and then 2 hostile reactions. So that's done, and now 2 of these. Ah! Iceni. They come out. All right, well, that's not ideal, but the second might be able to come and take care of them. Maybe. Oh boy. Calgacus is out. Tribal leader placement. Roll a die and check the corresponding tribal box. Okay, so we're going to roll a die first. That is number 4. So if you take a look at the actual places up here. So this is for number 1, this is for number 2, this is for number 3, and this is for 4 or higher. Okay, so there is a unit on the 4 or higher spot. Tribal unit, just place a leader. And if it were empty, if I'd rolled a 3, he would have just gone back into the cup. But of course not. So, Calgacus is out. Yep. Okay. We have 1 action left. Do we come after them? Or do we try another suppress there? And I lied. The second would not come. They would come to knock down the Iceni. We could try and suppress here, actually. Maybe that's what we do. We need a 4 or higher with the suppress instead of a battle. Yeah, getting them gets a point. I think that's what we do. So we're going to move, and we're allowed to move 1, and all of that is adjacent. So we're going to move to Iceni. Agricola is there. It doesn't matter. So there's only 1, so we need to roll a 4 or higher. It's that simple. Perfect. That failed. And I'm friendly to the hostile. And then we're going to pull 2 out of here for the suppress, whether it was successful or not. Parisi, good thing we did. They die because there's a unit. Whew. And Ordovices. This is going so well. So that was the last action there. All right. Housekeeping. Raids. Anybody have 3 or more? That's 3 or more. They may raid an adjacent settlement or legionary camp if there are no legions or garrisons occupying the adjacent tribal box. There are 3 here. There's a settlement there, but thankfully we put that legion there or the game would be over. Phew! Good teamwork there, guys. Tribal de-escalation. Leaders. Remove any tribal leaders. Oh, except for the Calgacus guy. Right. +3 settlement. Remove the top tribal unit from each tribal box in a region. Okay. A +3 settlement. There's 1 here. So this guy will go away. Okay. Tribal unit, but no Roman presence. They go into the, oh, I'm sorry, wrong step. No 3+ settlement. Remove the top tribal unit from each tribal box with 3 or more. So this one goes away. Okay. Now, Deadpool. Anything with a +3 settlement without tribal units. They go into the friendly cup. Unfortunately, that came out. So they're going to go into the unfriendly cup. Yay. Make sure I'm reading that right. And by yay, I mean, really? Nope, I read it right. So these guys will go into the unfriendly cup. So then these guys will also, the green guys will also go into the unfriendly cup because there is a Roman presence there. So. Income. Increase the treasury by 9. So, hey, Cooper. So at least there's that. So we go from 1 to 10. Okay. Auxiliaries. Spend a coin to hire some auxiliaries. We're going to work backwards on this before we do that. So spend 2 coins. So let's see. For a garrison, and so I need 2 for this, and I need 2 for that. So I'm going to spend them so I don't forget. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is going to become a level 2, and this is going to become a level 3. Kind of doing this out of order, but it makes it visually a little easier. So I've spent the $4 for that. I need 13 points. So I'm going to get 1 point for each of the +3s. So that's 1, 2 points for that. So we're at 11. I guess it would be like that for 11. Okay. Then region that doesn't contain any tribal units. Nope. 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 Okay. 3 Aquilas. 1, 2, 3 points for that. 1, 2, 3. So we hit our threshold. Tribal leader dead? No. Spend 3 coins. Do we want to? Okay. So we can spend money to get victory points because we need 13 points. If we spend $6, which we cannot, we would be able to get 2 more victory points, which would give us 16. Then we could spend 3 points to hire a 1 Aquila, but we can't. So we're going to get $9. There's going to be possibly some bribery involved here as we go along, so we're not going to buy any victory points, I don't think. Doesn't make sense. So we have no friendly units. So I guess we're not going to hire any friendly units. Take care, Andrew. All right. Wow, I guess that's it. Because we can't, there's no friendly units to bring in. We cannot spend 3 victory points because 1, 2, 3 will get us to 11. Even if I bought 1 more victory point, 12 is not 13, we would lose. So I cannot increase any units. This is not good. So move the turn, move that. We need 20 points. This is as far as I've ever gotten, by the way, just FYI here. A friendly to unfriendly, but I can't. So 4 friendly to hostile, and are there 8 out there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. All right. So we're going to move, how many did I say? 4, right? Yep. I mean, I could buy a point right now, but I could also buy a point after I bribe some stuff, because I'm definitely going to be bribing. So I would rather keep that there in case I need it for bribes, and then if not, I can always buy points here at the end. Usurino, I think. So 4 of these come in. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, new round. I'm going to try and bribe. Here, negotiate. So I'm going to spend $1 to do that. So now I need a 3 or lower, or a 3 or higher, sorry. All right, good. So now this Iceni will be placed in the friendly cup. That's good. So done. And that still wasn't in action, but it got him out of there. So at least there's that. So I still have 5 actions now. I could come up to Cornovi and try and bribe. Well, I guess technically I would try and suppress first. I think that's what we do. Oh, I'm going to spend money to bribe, so I'm not worried about that. I think that's what we do. So we are going to suppress. We're going to attempt to suppress here. So this is going to be my first action. So the 9th, along with Agricola, will come on up. And this is all 1, or that's 0. That's 1 movement. So we're going to attempt to suppress. There are 2 units there. So we need to roll a 6 or higher. And if so, we remove them both. I know you can bribe for free, but you can't move. So that's what I did there, is I bribed. You have to spend 1 to 7 coins specifically for bribing. Yep, you have to bribe. So there we go. So actually, hold on. We could do that and then have him come over to the 20th. Yeah. Yes, that makes way more sense. Then we will come over and try and suppress. I think it's worth it. Because all of this is adjacent, right? So I guess technically it would go there. Oh, well, hold on. Hold on. Put these back where they were. So if I'm going to try and suppress here, my fear is if, well, this is only during, I can wait on that because they're not going to come in here. So you know what? Oh, I see what you're saying. So the 20th can stay there. And I can bring Agricola over to the 9th. Yeah, you can't negotiate unless you're in the same space, David. Yeah, and you can't move as a free action. So having him and Iceni doesn't do me any good. crap. Where was the 9th originally? He was there, right? Yeah. No, he's there. So no, we're going to take the 20th. Had it other way. The 20th was there. The 9th is going to come there into Cornovi, and we're going to try and suppress. There. So, here we go. We're going to roll. We need a 6 or higher, and we remove both units. Nope. That's a big fail. 1 unfriendly to hostile. And now 2 hostile reactions. Caledoni is going to come up here. And Brigantes. So there's going to be an, what do you call it? Internecine war. So they're going to take out the Verdini, sorry, there. And there we go. So there's 3 there. I'll leave them. Yeah, there we go. So free bribe. And now did that. There we go. Hey, Mark. Now I will try and bribe. So I'll spend $2. I need a 4 or higher on this to bribe the top guy. Try that again. That's successful. So he goes into the friendly cup. Good. So now try and suppress again, and I need a 5 or higher on this. Nope, it's for the same space. Come on, dude. Another fail. So, unfriendly to hostile. And now 2 of these come out. Solaris dies because there's a legion there. And Deceangli comes out. Because I'm stubborn, I will try and suppress again. I think. Will I? Hold on. What is that trying to do for me? It prevents a battle. And it allows me to come back for whether it's peacekeeping or to be able to come over and suppress here. Or we have a big battle there with those 2, but man, I only have 7 troops. And I can't lose any of those big guys. Oh boy. Yep, we're going to try and suppress him again. I need a 5 or higher. I don't want to spend the money. It's 50-50. Well. You know what? I'm going to spend $1 and try and bribe him. I need a 4 or higher. Succeeded. He goes into the friendly cup. Good. Now I have my action still. All right. So I need, how many points do we have? We need 6 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have our 6. But the next round we need 10. Whew. Those will go away on their own if they're by themselves because of that settlement. So the second is going to hang out right here. They're not moving. Whew. What do we do? I mean, we could try and suppress. It just seems so unlikely. But it would remove both of the sixes up there if I succeed. But if I fail, all I'm doing is powering up this cup and then emptying it with more on the board. And I only got $1 to bribe, but even bribing doesn't really help me because removing a 6 to get to a 6 doesn't really help me. And even then, it's less than 50% and I waste the $1. Oh, man. Do I peacekeep to bring that over and then come in and fight with these two? But God help me if I were to take any losses. We saw what happened in that really ugly battle. Man, but to be able to remove all of that? I mean, it's unlikely to keep it all out, but... Oh, man. Take care, more coffee. Well, I think we do peacekeep this. So we move there to there. So a peacekeep moves a hostile to an unfriendly. Okay. And then we draw one from here. That is Venicones. Oof. It's a big battle coming, a couple of them. All right. Oh, and that was that. I mean, I could try and suppress. It just puts it back in there for the chance. I mean, it's a 25% chance is the only crappy thing. Or do I... Take care, Mark. Or do I pass? Huh, hold on. If I pass, I would get 2 points from passing, and it gives me a chance to remove them automatically, which would potentially give me 2 more points here. Do I pass? Is that insane to do that right now? I don't think so. I think I'm going to. I'm going to pass. Forego all remaining actions, score a victory point for every remaining action, including this one. Oh. But then that happens. So it's going to be 2 from the unfriendly from friendly to unfriendly. Ah, per remaining action, which means 2. And I believe there are only 2 in there. Now there's 3 in there. But I worked hard to do that. No, maybe not. Okay, so I'm not passing. Okay. I mean, we could just march around and peacekeep. But I just don't want to pull that. So, okay, let's peacekeep. And I'll move there. So that's going to be an action. Man, having all these 6s out is just brutal. So it removes 1 from here to there, and then pull 1. Oh, this is my 3rd play, and it's pretty. I'm just double checking because of it being on stream. I want to make sure I'm not screwing something up. Demente. Well, that was about as good a pull as we could hope for. Okay, so I have 1 action left. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know. Still don't want to pass because I want to hire these guys out of here. Right now, all of those will disappear at the end of the round. If I peacekeep again, if I take any action, which I have to, there's going to be 1 pull that happens. I could peacekeep to come back to Cornovi. I could move him over to try and suppress that, but then that's going to be 2 pulls, which I don't want to run the risk of then having that empty. Glad to hear it, Thomas. Thanks. Yeah, I think as crazy as it sounds, we just peacekeep to move up there. And we pull 1 out of here to go into there. Then we have to do the hostile reaction, which is 1. Damn it! Deceangli. That sucks. And that's the last action. All right, housekeeping. There are no raids that happen because the only one that has 3 right now is here, and they're not gonna go anywhere. So remove any leaders. Nope, the only one that we've, the big boy, that's all we've drawn. +3 settlement. Remove the top tribal unit from each tribal box in the region. And unfortunately, that goes away, that goes away, that goes away. There is a level 3, so this one will go away. That's it there. Then no 3+ settlement. Remove the top tribal unit in that region. But nope, we've already done that, so there's that. Okay, done. Romanization. So now a +3 settlement without tribal units. Unfortunately, there are tribal units there, so therefore these guys will go into the unfriendly. There. And same with these guys because of that son of a bitch. Or else all these guys would go into friendly. Gah! That was a terrible pull. So that was Romanization. Income. I'm at 9, 2. I'm now at 11. Okay. Auxiliaries. I am going to spend coins to hire these guys, but I'm going to do it backwards again. 2 coins to replace a 2 to a 3 and increase your income by 2. Okay. Income by 2, which will be at 11. That will drop to 9. This will become a 3. That's done. I'm going to hire all 3 of them. 1, 2, 3 that are in here. Oh, I dropped those into the wrong box, or wrong cup. I knew there were 3 in there. So these 3. We'll go there and there. There. Okay. Good. All right. Yep. I realized it. There you go. Oh, that's a good question on the de-escalation. Actually, let me double check real quick. That is a good question. Make sure I didn't screw that up. No, it's either you have a +3 settlement or you don't have a +3 settlement. So no, you don't get the double dip on that. Goose Arena. What he's asking about is here on the +3 settlement, remove the top tribal, and if there isn't a top 3 settlement, so you can't do both. So yeah. So all right, so we got the new auxiliaries and we did public works. Do victory points now. 1 for every +3 settlement. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3 points. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Region that doesn't contain any tribal units. Screw you, dude. Just 1. 3 Aquila, Legion battle units. 1, 2, 3. So that is 1, 2, 3. So we're at 21. Oop, sorry, 21 there. Okay. I could spend coins if I want to gain some victory points. I got to be at 30 at the end of next turn. So I could spend 3 to get to 22. And unfortunately, I keep not being able to hire. I keep being 1 point short of this to be able to do that. I got to be at 20. I'm at 21, so I'm safe. So here we go. Move around to the next turn marker. Move that. We need 30 at the end of this one. Okay. 1 friendly to unfriendly. There are none. So we do 4. Let me shuffle these. Hold on. And there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So no extras, thankfully. So we're going to move 4 over. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one goes back. All right. All right. What's possibly the final round? We got to take care of this. It's just not ideal. We could bribe it down, though, and then try and suppress it. Ooh, what do y'all think of that? I kind of like that idea. And then I'm thinking, if I survive into turn 6, I think we come up here to take him on in turn 6. I think so. Okay, well, we have to try to suppress first, don't we? Because can't be adjacent. So we will come up here. And for our first action, we're going to try and suppress. So it has 2 units. And if I roll a 7 or 8, they both go away. I mean, it's possible. I mean, it's unlikely. All right, so 1 unfriendly here. To hostile. And then we draw 2. Hey, at least we got half their areas that they die. So there's that. Well, Deceangli there, and Parise dies. Good, go away. Okay, so now I think we bribe. How much? Do we pay him $4? That seems exorbitant. 3, Is it better than 50? I think we go $3. 1, 2, 3, negotiate with him. So I need a 4 or higher. That failed. So unfriendly to hostile, but they took the money. Yeah, I haven't pulled one of the other leaders. That's great. Oh, God. Yeah. All right, well. What do we do? Do we just have the big fight? I mean, I would have preferred to have not risked my guys. Auxiliaries or not. Suppressing, I only got 25% chance and just puts more dudes out there and fills this up. I think we fight. I need that space. I think we do. Yeah, let's go ahead. So we're going to have a battle here. Agricola is present. It's those two. We have the initiative. All right, so let's go through the battle steps. So they're going to roll. So this is in Brigantes. So Brigantes is going to be on this column here. Okay. So hold on. Hold on. There's still nothing in that, right? Yeah. All right. So we're rolling up against a 6 plus, well, more. Okay, there's no leader present, so at least there's that. Okay, so 6 and 7, I'm pretty sure is 13. 13 means I'm going up against 10, so 10 of them are coming out. Here we go. This is the one I meant to shuffle. My bad. Well, this is better. There we go. It's about as good a pull as I could have hoped for the front line. 9 or 8, 9, and 10. Okay, so that's what got left. So that's okay. I'm happy with that. Okay. Do I do that, or do I leave all of my guys behind? That's an interesting idea. What if I did like this? I have those guys there. What if we did that? I mean, it doesn't matter exactly where those guys go because they're just going to come up. I get to choose. I think that makes more sense. Yeah. All right. So let's try and get them on. So the 3 is going to go up against a 4. He needs a roll of 2 or higher. All right. He's dead. He is going to go up against the big boy. Might as well. Oh, I see what you're saying. Kill even numbers. Oh, because they're in the middle. Okay. I'm good with that. That makes sense. I thought you meant, yeah, I see what you're saying. So, that guy. Yeah, indulge me that. Okay. So then, he's going to try for the 5-5, so he needs a roll of 5 or higher. Failed. He needs to roll a 6 or higher, going up against the big guy. Fail. He's going up against that, needs a 6 or higher. Fail. 2, 4, 6. He's going up against him, so he needs a 4 or higher. That's a success. He died. And he will go up against him, needs a 3 or higher. That failed. All right. All right, so now he gets to retaliate. So 4 against 4, that's an auto fail. 5 against a 3, he needs to roll a 3 or higher to survive. Of course he didn't. 5 against a 3, needs to roll a 3 or higher to survive. Of course he didn't. Then this guy is up against 9, needs to roll a 7 or higher. Of course not. A 4 against a 4, he fails. A 4 against a 3, needs to roll anything but a 1. Modern miracle. All right, so now I got to fill in the holes. Nope, we're going to leave him back. There. I just realized I have 2 legions and only 1 guy can get promoted. That sucks. All right. So then, the order in which they... Hey, Cooper. Hey, buddy. Lowest number hole in the line, then move, there we go, the highest defense factor. Highest defense, so he will move there to the lowest number, and he will move there to the lowest defense number. And we begin anew. All right. Hey, Coop. Hey, bud. Hey. You want to say hi? Come here. Hey! Hey, everybody. Here's Cooper. All right, we going to get him this time, huh? We going to get him? Yeah? Let's get him. Hey, bud. All right, let me go back and roll dice. All right? All right, thank you, sir. All right. So, he did that of his own accord, so I don't have to pay him for that. All right. So, 3 against a 4. Anything but, well, 2 or higher. Let's do that. 2 or higher. He did. Then 3 versus 6. I need a 4 or higher. Nope. 3 versus 6. I need a 4 or higher. Got him. Then 3 versus 5, need a 3 or higher. Got him. A 2 versus a 6, I need a 5 or higher. Got him. And a 2 versus a 4, need a 3 or higher. Got him. That was better. There we go. All right, so now he gets the swing back. He will go up against the lowest one, the only one that he can actually hit, which is here. So a 5 versus a 4, 2 or higher, I'm safe. Safe. Then these two, this 10 will go up against a 6. Please, can I roll a 5 or higher? Survived. Then he will attack there, and he can't. That's it. So he will go to the lowest possible number, which is 2, 1, and we begin anew. You know what? Hold on. Before we do that. Yeah, they both can attack, so never mind. Okay. So. The 3 versus the 6, he needs a 4 or higher. Fail. 3 versus a 6, he needs a 4 or higher. Success. Here you go. A 3 versus a 5 needs a 3 or higher. That's better. Done. A 5 versus a 4, 2 or higher, I survive. Just enough. And now he hits back. This could be a little bit. 3 versus a 5. Hopefully we roll a 3 or higher. Got him. He did. All right. That's better. So the meat shields did their job. All right. That's better. There we go. All right. So, end of the battle. Now, promotion. Well, there's only one that can get promoted. So he's going to become a 3. We'll go there, 2 and 2, there, and there. I'm good with that. Actually do it this way. All right, and Agricola's with the 9th. Okay, so cup adjustment, 1 friendly to unfriendly. Still can't do that. And then per legion involved in the battle, done. And no deaths for legion deaths, so none will come from here to there. So that's good. Resolve the dead pool. So +3 settlement. Without tribal units. Nope. They have tribal units. And we have so they go into the unfriendly there. These guys, however, go into friendly. Yay. Done. Then next, eliminate tribal units into the dead pool. These guys go into the dead pool. And resolve 2 actions. Here we go. Demente and Parise. Oh, crap. All right, so because there's a settlement, roll a die and add the settlement bonus, then subtract the number of the tribal units. So as long as I don't roll a 1, famous last words. Whoo, he dead. All right, done. All right, nice. So that worked out. Okay. Why can't it just stop right there? Huh. I actually have 9 victory points as it is right now. I'm going to peacekeep for my next action to move the 9th back to there. Move a hostile to the unfriendly. And then 1 here. Come on, be good. All right, Deceangli will go there. All right, so now if I pass, I'm going to score 2 points, unfriendly to hostile, and there's none in here. Oh, hell, there are. I forgot. Those guys would go to unfriendly. Would that be the end of the world? Because then only one guy comes out. And literally, as long as it's not one of those two, that's going to be a ton of points. I think so. I'm going to try it and we'll see what happens. So I'm going to pass. 1, 2 points for that. 1, 2 points. So we're at 23 of our 30 right now. Plus I have a whole bunch of others right now. So because I passed, move 1 unfriendly to hostile, and then we're going to move 2 of those friendly to unfriendly afterwards. So 1 of these into there, then 2 of the 3 blue guys that are in there into there. So I'm going to shuffle these up. And then I pull 1 of these. Come on. Come on. What do I want? It's in my hand, but I want here, here, or there. Ordovices, that's okay too. Hell yeah. Finally, things are kind of going our way. All right. Raids, 3 or more. Nobody, there are no 3 or more, so no raids. Tribal de-escalation, remove any leaders. There still aren't any out there. Crazy. +3 settlement, remove the top tribal unit from each tribal box in the region. There, all removed. Romanization. There's nobody left. There's nobody here, there's nobody there, there's nobody there. But up here, oh, you know what? I think I've been missing that every turn. I've been making, oh, yeah, hold on, I'm being dumb. Romanization's Deadpool, sorry. +3 settlement without tribal units, all of those. So all of these guys go into the friendlies. Yeah, buddy. Take care, Renee. All right. So that's done. Income. So income is now at 11. +3 is 14. You lose anything extra. So I'm at 13 on the treasury. At least there's that. New auxiliaries. Oh, you betcha. Let's work backwards again. Garrisons and settlements. I have 3 settlements out already, so I'm not going to do that. But let's keep working backwards and then we'll come back to this. So +3 settlement, 3 victory points. 1, 2, 3. Region that doesn't contain any tribal units. That's 3 more. None here, none here, none here. 1, 2, 3. Then the 3 Aquilas. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. We're at 34 now. And I could spend money to do so, to be able to get more victory points, to be able to hire Aquilas. Tempting. So now we have 13 bucks. None. I can hire 3, 4, 5. If I've spent 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that puts me to there. And then, what if I hired 4, and then I spend 8 victory points? No, I can't. Wait, I'm doing this wrong. Hold on. That's 5. Then if I spent 6 victory points for 2 more, or 6 coins for 2 victory points, that'd be at 35. And 35, I could spend up to 5 points, which would get me 2 units out. I think that's what I do. So that's going to be 5 of these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Okay. So that was the 5 I spent from 13 down to 8. Then I'm going to spend $6, so 8 down to 2, to go and gain myself 2 more victory points, which gets me to 35. I need 30. I'm going to spend 5 victory points because that allows me to buy 2 units. They're level 1, but they're still units. Okay? So I will take 2 level 1s, and I have all these guys to place between all of my stuff. All right. Well, 9 and 20 seem to be taking care of things up here. They're going to go up there and fight. Would it be insane to bring them all 3? I don't think so, but I can only have up to 13. So these guys, if I did that, because both of those guys can then be promoted after the battle, so that makes sense. And I can only have 13, right? So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, but I can't add the other one here. So one of these guys is going to sit out the battle. So make it 7 and 7 there. All right. There we go. That's about as good as I could hope for at this point. All right, so moved around. That goes to 5 to 40, provided I haven't screwed anything up. I think so. 1 friendly to unfriendly, which there's only 1 left. Nope, there's 2 left. There. And now 4 of these guys. 2, 4, 6, 7. Oh, bad things are going to happen. Okay, so I move 4 of these over. 1, 2, 3, 4. But then there must be at least 8 tribal units on the map. If not, 2 unfriendly to hostile, and then place as needed. So 2 more of these guys come over. 1 and 2. There, and now 1 more comes out because there's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and a leader is not a unit, I do not believe. So well, that's about as good as I could hope for. Okay. So we got to have 10 points by the end of this. I have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 right now if nothing changed. And if I kill that, there's 10. So that's good. So I think action number 1 is going to be to come over here to try and suppress this. So I need to roll a 3 or higher. That succeeded. So suppression, that will be eliminated. 1 unfriendly to hostile. Oops. 2 hostiles now. Ventacones. It's 2 in each of them now. And Ordovices. Okay, so that's 1 action. You know what? I think I screwed up because whenever I did these, each legion, every time they fight, that takes an extra legion action. Damn it, I did screw that up. I've screwed that up a couple times. Oh well, you know what? It's a solo game. These things happen. You guys didn't catch it either. So, I'm going to activate. So this is going to take 2 actions, what I'm about to do. These are 2 peacekeeping actions to do that. 1, and then I activated both legions. So, it is going to be 2 hostile. Let me make sure. Now I'm aggravated at myself. Sorry about that, guys. So I've been taking a couple extra actions than I should have. Oh well. So it's going to be 2. So we're going to, for the peacekeeping, move 1 from hostile to unfriendly. There. And then because that's 2 actions, we're going to do 2 peacekeepings. So Brigantes, there, and Dabini. Or Debunny. There. All right. And now, for my last 2 actions, I hate leaving all of them unoccupied like this, but for my last 2 actions, let's get it on. Yeah, I think we have to fight this, and then we got the big fight after that. So, here we go. All right. So, we got a battle coming up. Yeah, exactly. It happens, but it sucks. But don't worry. I'm sure I'll hear about it in the comments, but what can you do? So, we're going to roll. It's 6 plus 6. That's 12. And the leader is out. This is Damnoni. Where is that? Right here. Damnoni. And that was 12. Oh, phew. It's only 9 instead of 13 if I'd rolled a little bit worse. All right. So only 9 of them come out. Only 9, but all right, here we go. Shuffle these up. You guys enjoying this, by the way? Five. This is going to be a tougher fight. Oof, way tougher fight. All right. And obviously, I have Agricola, and we are not fighting him there. So he does not convey initiative. All right. They've earned it. All right, there we go. Whew. All right, here we go. We're on the offense. So 2 going to go for the 6, so he needs a 5 or higher. Yep, fail. Nope. He's going to do the same thing and needs a 3 or higher. Yep. That took out the big boy at least. So there's that. That one's going to go against that one, so I need a 5 or higher. Got him. Good job. If he does nothing else this battle, that was a success. Then the 2 versus the 5 need a 4 or higher. Oh, yeah. Guys have momentum on their side now. 2 versus that 6 need a 5 or higher. Don't sleep on momentum. I'm telling you. And then this 3 versus a 5 need a 3 or higher. Got him. Don't know that that could have gone much better. So this 4 up against the 4 fails. The 5 up against a 3, so he needs to roll a 3 or higher. Got it. So now these guys are the same, so they will go to the lowest numbers. There. So we do it again. The 2 versus the 6. There. So he needs a 5 or higher. Ah! Oh well. 3 versus a 6 needs a 4 or higher. Got him. The 1 versus the 5 we're going to do. So he needs a 4 or a 5 or higher. Woo-wee! And then here, the 2 versus the 6 needs a 5 or higher. Nope. All right. So they hit back now. 4 versus a 4. I'm sorry. Yeah, 4 versus a 4 he can't hit. 5 versus the 1-3. He needs a 3 or higher. Ah! But boy, did he die a hero. Something fierce, didn't he? Woo! All right. So now he will move up. Oh, this guy can't hit, so he dies. And so here we go. 3 versus a 6 need a 4 or higher. Nope, fail. And a 2 versus a 6 needs a 5 or higher. Got him. That, I mean, seriously? Wow. That was phenomenal. All right, promotions. So that becomes a 2. And that becomes a 2. Oh, no. They don't get promoted. Son of a biscuit. They had to take part in the fight. I totally forgot. They should have been out on the wings. Oh, well. Live and learn. I totally forgot. So they don't get promoted. Oh, that sucks. All right. Somebody could have pointed that out, reminded me. Ah. Damn it. All right, well, that's done. So, no promotions, cup adjustment, a friendly to an unfriendly. A friendly to unfriendly per legion involved. That's all. There's only one, so that's done. We didn't lose any legions, so we don't move any of that over. Resolve the dead. +3 settlement without tribal units. There are tribal units, but there is a Roman presence, so going to go into the unfriendly cup. All right. That's okay. Eliminate these guys. And 2 hostile units. Solaris. Yeah. So that's a 4. Oh, hell. Hold on. Settlement. Roll a die and add the settlement bonus. Then subtract the number of tribal units in a region, 1. So that's 2. Now add the settlement bonus. That's 3, that's 5. Subtract the number of units, so there's 1 in there. If the total exceeds the unit's resistance, it does not. The unit's eliminated. If not, place the unit in the settlement. This can't be good. I've never had this happen. Okay, so he stays there. And 1 more. Solaris. There. Well, it is technically a settlement, so I guess we will do the same thing. We need to roll a 3 or higher. Okay, that guy's eliminated. Okay. So how was both of them? So is that technically a raid? Oh, that would suck if that's what that is. No, they're in the settlement, but what happens at that point? I guess they're just hanging out, right? There's no rule for that. I don't know what happens. Because if any tribal box has 3 or more, or 2 units in a leader present, they try and raid an adjacent settlement or legionary camp, but there aren't any. So that's not going to happen. So tribal de-escalation. +3 settlement. Remove the top tribal from each tribal box in the region. So I assume I remove this and this. And there's a 3, so this also goes away. And this goes away. So okay, so not a big deal. Then Romanization happens. So +3 settlement without tribal units. So all of these guys will go into the friendly. There. However, okay, but he goes away, right? So, problem solved. However, these guys, for Romanization, tribal units but no Roman presence. There is a Roman presence up there now. So they're going to go into the unfriendly cup. If there had been another. Got it. Okay, thanks, Goosarina. Thank you for the FYI. So income. Income as 11 plus 2 is 13. Done. Auxiliaries. Can hire some. I don't know that I'm going to, honestly. Public Works. A garrison. Is only worth 1 point, and I would have to spend 4 coins, so it doesn't make sense to do anything. So nope. So not going to do any public works. Victory points. Again, we'll work backwards about the auxiliaries. Okay. So 1 victory point per settlement. 1, 2, 3. 3. Region that doesn't contain any tribal units. 1, 2, 3. 3 Aquilas. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 40. No tribal leaders in the dead pool. And I can spend money to gain more victory points because I need 15 for this one. I think we're going to wait because we can always spend it. Oh, in bribes. But we're just going to have the big battle. Three, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's all 13 for the big one. So if I spend 12, that's 4 victory points. Puts me at 34. I'm sorry, 44. I'm not going to bother getting any more units, I guess. I met the requirement. 1 friendly to the unfriendly, and then 4 unfriendly to hostile. And then 2, 4, 6, then we're going to have to draw some more. Okay. All right, so 5 actions, penultimate turn. All right, so we have to go 1 friendly to unfriendly, and then 4 into hostile. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there are only 6 out here on the board. 2 friendly to hostile now. 2. And then we're going to draw 2 more. Codavillani. He fails. He dies. Solaris. That's 5. He dies. So we still need to add 2 more. Solaris. 3 plus 5. He dies. Deceangli. Okay, so that succeeds, but first there's going to be a internecine war, and that is Deceangli. Deceangli will go to Venicones first. Have a good one, David. Venicones. There, he dies. Okay, and the last one, well, no, I guess we draw 2 more. Huh. Parise. Need to roll a 3 or higher. Okay, he dies. Deceangli. So here's my question. Because of the internecine war, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Well, there was 7. So is that it? Or do I draw 1 more? Again, I've yet to encounter this stuff. No, I think you still have to keep pulling until there's 8 on the board. You have a leader, no war. Venicones. That'll be 8. Here we go. All right. So now the question here is he gets, oh God, he gets initiative, doesn't he? Oh, I've yet to run into the battle because I've yet to make it this far. So the Mons Graupius. The Battle of Mons Graupius is a special battle that can happen only once during the game if triggered, or it's triggered when Calgacus is on the map in a battle or ambush and the red region fills either or both of the following two conditions. He's present in the box and or an asterisk result is rolled in tribal formation table. Okay. Deploy all 13 enemy battle units. Red bordered side up. When they're hit, they go to their unbordered side. When that unit is eliminated a second time, it's removed from play. However, there's an exception. On an unmodified roll of 8, they're dead, even if it's only the first hit. Winning the Battle of Mons Graupius results in the defeat of Calgacus, even if the battle was an ambush. It is the only way to remove him from the game. And this results in all red tribal units being removed from the map and placed in an unfriendly cup before resolving the dead pool. So if he's there, he's going to have initiative. Is there anything else I want to do beforehand? I mean, it's going to have to happen. And that's as strong as I'm going to be. Let's just get it on. Do what now, Gusarino? No inner scene? There's not? Really? Where do you see that? Because I don't see that. Yeah, I don't see anything about that. But that said, we're going to spend 2. Let's fight it. Let's get it on. So all 13 are coming out to their ugly side. In the meantime, while Gusarino tells me that. So here we go. Mons Graupius. Not with the tribal leader. Oh, you're right. Yes, you are correct. I will fix that in a minute. So that will come back out, and I think it was this one that actually went away. I think so. I think that. So we'll go with that. All right. I cannot imagine getting that lucky again. Because these guys are going to have to move up at some point. So, because there's no way I'm going to need too many hits. All right, so Agricola is here so they can attack whichever one they want. Okay? That's a fair point. That's true. But, but they get to attack first because they get the initiative because Calgacus is out there. All right? All right, so here we go. Let's get it on. It's going to be a long battle, but yeah. Whew. All right. So this 9 versus that 4, I need to roll a 6 or higher. He's dead. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do it like that. All right. So then these 9 versus that 4 needs to roll a 6 or higher. He's dead. That 9 versus that 4 needs to roll a 6 or higher. He's dead. Wow. At least show up. I mean, seriously. 10 versus that 4 needs to roll a 7 or higher. Survived. These 9 versus that 3 needs to roll a 7 or higher. He did. I was hoping 2 would survive out of this. And that 8 versus that 4 needs a 5 or higher. Well, I guess I got my wish. There we go. Yeah, but that's the one that actually triggered that, and we'll leave it. They're either going to all go away or all come, or I lose and the game's over, Martha. So, but good looking out. All right. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Not yet. I'm used to going first. Now my guy's hit. All right, so this 2 is going to go against that 5, so I need a 4 or higher. Nope. This 3 is going to go up against that 5, so I need a 3 or higher. There we go. All right, end of the first round. Now I got to fill in. Yep. All right. This 9 is taking on that 6. I need a 4 or higher. Whew. Survives. That 9's taking on that 4. I need a 6 or higher. He survives. That 9 taking on that 4. I need a 6 or higher. Ah. He died. That 10 versus that 4. I need a 7 or higher. He laid down. Come on, guys. That 9 versus that 4, I need a 6 or higher. There we go. That 8 versus that 4, I need a 5 or higher. Take care, Chip. Ah, there we go. Now they attack back. So this 3 is going up against that 5. I need a 3 or higher. Got him. That 2 is going to go up against that 5. Need a 4 or higher. Sorry, before I look at that, going to go up against that 5. Sorry, even numbers. 6, got him. We have our first casualty, finally. There's 1. All right, this 3 is going up against that 5. Need a 3 or higher to kill him. Got him. This 3 is going up against that 5. Need a 3 or higher to injure him. Got him. All right, his turn. So we got to fill in. And that is 8 will go in there. And 9 will go in there. You know what, actually, I believe, technically, that is supposed to go like that, because the higher attack when tied. So there we go. All right. This is a big round right here. That 10 versus that 6. I need a 5 or higher. Come on. 5. Yes. That 10 versus that 4. I need a 7 or higher. Eesh. Ah. It was valiant. That 9 versus that 6. Need a 4 or higher. Got him. Or survived. That 10 versus that 6. I need a 5 or higher. Got it. All right. That 10 versus that 3. I'm sorry, that 4. So need a 7 or higher. Nope. And that 9 versus that 4, I need a 6 or higher. Nope. All right. My guys attack now. Oh, man. All right. That 3, oh, that's only going to get 1. At 3 versus the 6, need a 4 or higher. Got him. That 3 versus that 5, the 4th one, so I need a 3 or higher. Got him. And that 3 versus that 5, need a 3 or higher. Damn it. That hurts. And now we got to fill in. I think we just go there. We can eliminate that, but the problem is he's going to move up. And that still puts it at a 10 versus a 9. It gives him a better chance, I guess, over here. But then no, I want these guys to be able to work together. Oh, Richard, I rolled 2 8s? Did I? Do you remember which ones? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Before we go any further. All right. Thank you for the reminder. I forgot natural 8s kill them. Do you guys remember which ones? I will pause and wait because that's a big deal. Forgot about the natural 8s. I rolled 3. Okay, which ones? Tell me which numbers, Richard. That is a huge deal because they automatically die. Sorry, Thomas. All right, so here. Let's just do this. You said 2 is dead. It should have hit number 3 from the first round. Okay, so we'll just move them up. We'll call it good. That's fine. So is that it? Forgot about the 8s. Damn it. All right, so we'll move those up before they attack again. That's fine. I'm good with that. Anything else? Is it just those 2? Because the 5, 6 will move up, and the 5, 6 will move up. And a hit on 3. So did I kill 3 twice, technically? So it still would have killed my guy either way. So if so, then it'd be there. All right. I think that's close enough. I'm good with that. Oh, he said 5. Okay, so hold on. We'll put him there. And then you said 5, so the 5, 5, he would have gone. So there we go. We'll call it good. So they're going to attack. 9 versus 6. I need a 4 or higher. Oh boy. This is really bad right now. And this is if I roll natural 8s on anything. Okay, all right. So then 10 versus 6, I need a 5 or higher. This is not good. He dies. 10 versus 6, need a 5 or higher. Oh boy. And 10 versus 6, need a 4 or higher. Good game. That is a pain in the ass to win that battle. Ah, glory to Rome. Or glory to Britain, as it were, I guess. Ah! Wow, they laid down that last round, didn't they? I guess thematically, here's how I see it. They were over here, they got flanked, and then got routed. So there we go. Hey, but you know what? I made it into round 7. That's a record for me, by far. Now, I did make a couple of mistakes, as you guys know. Anytime you activate a legion, so if you're activating multiple legions, it is an action. And also, last round, I realized after the fact I didn't mention it, but the hostile reactions after the battle should have been 2 more because of the fact that I activated 2 legions. So that's 2 and 2. So, again, kind of like what Mark Herman said the other day, right? That, you know what? You do your due diligence, you do your best, but even he makes mistakes, whether it's his games or something else. It still happens. As long as you're not intentionally doing it to avoid what the game is trying to do, mistakes are going to happen. So it happens. There was one guy that made comments about the mistakes I made in Field Commander Napoleon. It's going to happen. I don't know anybody out there, not even Callendale, that will play a game with a mistake-free. So it happens. All right. Thomas, yes, that is a one-off event, the Mons Graupius, and you have to do that if he comes out. So, and he came out, and so you have to defeat him. It's the only way to do it. So, yeah, beware the Scots. So, didn't go well. It happens. This is a blast. I really like this. And I know a lot of people were talking about Charlemagne earlier. And I think there was one other from Hollenspiel that I want to get. I want to get these to be able to stream them because, yes, I realize that, you know, the social distancing is easing, but I'll be honest, I think it's going to get worse before it gets better once things ease up. So I don't know how quick we're going to rush into having people over at the house. They have to be comfortable. We have to be comfortable. The whole 9 yards. So we'll see. So we still got a few more weeks of this. So there's a good chance that you're going to see another one of these before it's all said and done. And plus, once I have people over, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to be doing solo games. I mean, I've been doing this now for what, 2 months? A month? Yeah, however long it's been. So yeah, there's still going, I kind of got bit by this bug. I really enjoy it. It's definitely a different, I'll be honest, yesterday was a little bit weird having Jess. Her and I, the setup is just different, and I got out of practice. So I'm definitely going to want to continue doing these solo games, even when that happens. So that was good. That was fun. That was a blast. That's a hard game, but solo games should be hard. Now, there's not a lot by way of, even if there's not a ton of overhead as far as running a bot or anything like that, mistakes are still going to get made. So even though there is that on the back of the rule book, I definitely recommend getting that player aid that I showed you guys. So there's this page, there's that page, and there is that page. And I think that does a really good job. And unless you're playing this game over and over and over, you're going to be referencing the rule book. I've played it now 3 times. That's the best I've done. So it was just a bad fail instead of colossal fail. So having that printed out and keep that in the box, I see no reason that helps. And you're still going to reference the rule book. So yeah, I mean, even Tom, when he did his little video of a one-turn thing, he said he was rusty on the rules. So it happens. There you go. Yeah, and Scott from Phasing Player says, I'm playing a campaign of Dungeon Degenerates now, and the dream is to play a mistake-free game by the final mission. It's just, that's what happens with solo games. Hell, let's be honest. Multiplayer games, whether it's us playing it on stream or off, or you guys at home, mistakes are still made even when there's more than one person there to catch it. And there's you guys who caught a bunch of them, but some things still slip through the cracks. It happens. So there we go. Yeah, and Richard says, thanks for the playthrough, having the game and enjoyed seeing it played. Rules will make sense, more sense now reading them. That's my job. I mean, I realize that there's me, there's Paul, there's Rodney and all this. While we strive, and especially in my case, because I'm playing the heavier games here, I strive to get these perfect. The rules teaches and the whole 9 yards. But ultimately, what I see my job is twofold. One, with these playthroughs, to help you guys make an informed decision on whether or not it'd be a good game for you guys to pick up. Whether that's to buy straight from the publisher, buy from a FLGS, an online game store, or to trade for. That's neither here nor there for me, as far as I'm concerned. My job is not to sell you guys games, even on sponsored playthroughs. My job is to do the playthroughs as mistake-free as possible. But also the other thing is, when you guys go through the rule book, my job isn't to replace a rule book. My job is to make it make sense for you a whole lot more when you go through the rule book. Oh, okay, that now makes sense. I've seen that now. I get that. And to make the learning of the game a whole lot easier for you guys. So ultimately, that's my goal with these videos. So yeah, especially the fact that these are live, I'm not scripting this stuff. So mistakes are going to be made inevitably because I'm not going back and editing these because it's one take. We're doing it live. So there you go. I'm not making excuses. I'm just trying to explain what the goal of these are ultimately. And there are people that make comments about, hey, 3 hours, 21 minutes, 48 seconds, you forgot to do this. That's awesome. I appreciate that you guys are watching that close. That's amazing. And number 2, it helps anybody that comes after the fact because I don't have somebody to make rules annotations. I'm not going to go back and do that for every video. I don't have the time, and I don't have the money to be able to hire somebody to do that. So that said, ultimately, those are the 2 goals. All right? Is it a good game for your group? And 2, ease the learning curve for you guys. That said, hey, Richard. There we go. Hey, Richard. Cheers. Thanks a lot. I appreciate the help and thank you for the support. Really appreciate it. Over on pledgehc.com. Thank you. Gusarino says, I think we were a year into Gloomhaven before a definite perfect game. So yeah, there you go. So ultimately, do you have fun? Yes or no? Then flowchart. Did you do your due diligence on every decision and didn't intentionally try to avoid things that the game sets in front of you? If the answer is yes, then you did all right in my book. So cool. All right, enough about this. I will be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. for Or et Labora. However, before that, next week's going to be a fun week. I'll let the cat out of the bag for non-patrons. Next week's going to be Albin VR week. I realize that Or et Labora is not Albin VR, but it got slid from last week to... Anyway, so check out the weekly look ahead. It'll be tomorrow at noon, and then I will be doing Or et Labora. Nothing but solo playthroughs next week. Or et Labora on Monday at 3 p.m. after the weekly look ahead at noon Eastern. So come check that out. I'm excited to touch base. with Albin about all of this, and hopefully you guys are excited about that. There's going to be a lot of playthroughs next week. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Like, subscribe, do all that stuff. Go to pledgehc.com like Richard did. Support the show there if you think what I do here is worth supporting, worth $1 or $2 a month. My name's Edward. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. Continue social distancing, be smart, wear your mask, do all that stuff, and be nice to one another. Have a good one. That was fun. Take care, everybody. Damn it, did I get my ass handed to me there at the end. At least, I mean, that was ugly. That's all right. Cowgirl, guess, paybacks are mine.